Good evening, Who Dat Nation, and happy Friday, Bayou Blitz family. Welcome to your Bayou Blitz Draftathon Day 2. That's right. Brendan Boylan and myself, Bob Rose, are here to sit with you throughout all of day 2 of the NFL draft, which covers rounds 2 and 3. Joining me is my equally fatigued, but he has a better chance at landing on his feet after this is all said and done because he's younger. The youthful and exuberant Brendan Boylan. Brendan, happy Friday.
Youthful and exuberant. I don't know if that's the words I'd use to describe.
Well, Libby implied that I was psychotic and unbalanced earlier, so I think that's an accurate description of me.
I was going to say that's, even on days that don't involve draftathons, that's probably accurate. But yeah, no, draftathon number 5 for us underway. We had a good show last night, spanning a little over 4 hours total, though I was only here for about 3 of them, give or take. Tonight, we'll see how long it ends up taking, but going to be a little bit more interesting. A lot of first-round talent is here at the top of the second round. Heard some rumors about teams potentially looking to move around. The Saints in an interesting spot at pick 45, just because they don't have a third-round pick. If a team comes calling because somebody keeps falling, I didn't try.
I like that. I
did not mean to do that. I kind of caught myself. But if a team comes calling because somebody,
I'm adding that. Excuse my interruption. I'm adding that to our running tally. So far, 3 on-air cigarettes, 5, now 6 cups of coffee, 4 Roger Goodell hate references and/or threats, 1 F-bomb, 1 F-bomb, 0 invented words, and 1 poetry.
1 poetry. Oh, God. I'm going to be a rapper by the end of this. Let's go. Hey, Eminem made an appearance last night, so I can too. So it's going to be an interesting spot. If the Saints get some phone calls, fielding offers that would include, trading back in the second, but also include, some third-round pick or future considerations, I think that's something the Saints should potentially listen to, but we shall see how that goes. So before we dive into this, let's talk about day 1. And the first thing I want to address, because there was a little bit of stirring the pot on the artist formerly known as Twitter, and that is whether or not the Saints were making phone calls to move into the top 10. Bob, I'm going to let you handle this one because you have some thoughts, some feelings, to say the least. But our friend and our colleague, John Hendricks, had some sources that gave their input on the report. Bob, let the people know.
Yeah, the report, and it was generated by CBS Sports. I won't throw the reporter under the bus specifically by name, although it's tempting. The report supposedly had the Saints showing, quote unquote, great interest in moving into the top 10 to draft Washington quarterback Michael Penix. That is categorically and grotesquely untrue. The Saints have made no such attempts. They were attempting to move into the top 10, according to our sources at the Saints News Network, and coming from John Hendricks at the Saints News Network specifically. The Saints were inquiring for for a top 10 pick. Not unusual. Every team does such. The strong belief was that New Orleans was looking to acquire an offensive tackle in that vicinity. Probably either Olu Fashanu from Penn State or Joe Alt from Notre Dame. But as we all know, if you followed the draft last night, and if you followed Brendan, myself, and Alan Ulrich here, the Atlanta Falcons ultimately selected Michael Penix with the 8th overall pick. Again, the New Orleans Saints made no such inquiries. Their decision for their starting quarterback job, Derek Carr, was made the instant that they decided to bring Dennis Allen back. The Saints still fashion themselves as contenders, at least for the NFC South, if not beyond. So any organization with any reasonable intellect whatsoever, if you do feel that way, whether we agree with it or not, if you do feel that way, then you're going to use your draft picks to plug up immediate holes and to hopefully find impact starters right from day one. And that's what the New Orleans Saints were gunning for. I love Michael Penix Jr. I feel bad for him that he went to Atlanta, but he was never going to be a New Orleans Saint, nor was any of those other 6 quarterbacks drafted in the first round last night.
There you have it, folks. I can't say it any better. And for those of you who are longtime watchers or listeners of this show, I see a lot of you guys in there keeping it real. Who Dat Sports Podcast, John Butler, Jerry G, Libby's already in here. All of you guys and more, of course. Those are just a few to name. You guys have known for months, multiple months, probably coming in closer to a year since, we're looking at a year and some change maybe since Derek Carr has been a New Orleans Saint, that as long as Carr's on this roster, the Saints not drafting a quarterback in the first round, not drafting a quarterback in the second round, I would say it would be hard pressed to find a situation where the Saints draft a quarterback in the third round. Derek Carr is the guy. There is no moving up for anybody. And we gave a lot of criticism towards the Atlanta Falcons yesterday because of their pick. And some of that has to do with the lack thereof communication with Kirk Cousins about what their plans were. But the fact that also between now and next May, they owe Kirk Cousins $100 million. Very similarly, the Saints owe Derek Carr a lot of money. Now, after this season, I believe, Bob, you can fact check me here, but after this season, a little bit easier to move off of Derek Carr's contract if you want to. But the Saints still owe Derek Carr a ton of money. So what sense does it make to go, let's go draft this guy's replacement in the first round? I never saw it. I knew that there was some legitimate interest is a tough word because everybody's definition of interest is different.
Right.
I think that the Saints were intrigued with the possibility of Penix Jr. I know that there were some conversations, as every team, and again, I can't reiterate this enough, every team communicates with just about everybody that's at senior day, everybody that's at the combine. Everybody touches base with just about everybody. I think there was some intrigue there, but not enough to go forth and do anything.
Sure.
So there you have it when it comes to that situation. The Saints did make a draft pick, though. They stayed put at 14, despite there being multiple reports that the Saints were on the phones while they were on the clock because there were some active trade offers. The Saints elected to decline any offers. They made the selection, and they select a guy who, one, fits a need, and two, may have been the best available on the board at his position. Bob, we talked a little bit about it last night, but for the people that were not with us live, what can you say about the newest member of the New Orleans Saints, and how did you profile him heading up to the draft?
Yes, with the 14th overall selection, the New Orleans Saints, of course, selected Oregon State tackle Talise Fuaga. And I do apologize if I'm chopping that name up badly. I promise you folks, I will learn to say it accurately if I am wrong. But my profile on him, 6'6", 324, at least that was his listing at the Combine, was a right tackle throughout his career with the Oregon State Beavers. Good footwork to go along with that formidable frame. A nasty finisher, both as a pass blocker and a run blocker. If you buy into PFF and those kind of statistics, he was credited with giving up 0 sacks over the last 2 years. even if that's not accurate, it still shows that he's an impressive pass blocker. In the running game, he fires off with a powerful force, agile enough to get to the second level quickly, but nasty enough to leave a path of destruction behind him. I consider his footwork potentially elite. He mirrored defenders so well in pass protection, with the quick feet and hand movement to combat the speed rushers that he's going to face at the NFL level and the counter moves that the more advanced pass rushers are going to throw at him. I was really impressed by this kid. The negatives, I didn't see a lot. Especially in pass sets, he pops up a little bit too high at the snap at times, which of course can cause a lineman to lose leverage. For his length, it's a little bit surprising that he has just average arm length. But more worrisome to me, I caught some tape of him overextending himself on outside moves, allowing him to get beaten on a counter spin. We saw that happen a lot with Trevor Penning last year. We've seen it happen a lot throughout Andrews Pete's career when he played at tackle. So that's not an uncommon trait for a tackle. But overall, with J.C. Latham, Fashanu, and all off the board, Fuaga was the next best available tackle, in my opinion. I love Amarius Mims from Georgia. I think he's going to be a fine NFL player. But Fuaga just brings the experience and the productivity at the position where I think he has a much higher floor than a player like Amarius Mims. And you're talking about a kid. They're going to probably work him out at left tackle too. But given what his experience was at right tackle, that's most likely where the Saints have him penciled in initially.
Yeah, hearing from John Hendricks, it still sounds like the Saints' plan is to try to roll with Penning at left tackle and keep Fuaga over on the right side. That would give you a lot of youth at those two positions, but two players that you invested first-round picks in. So you can't blame the Saints for trying, regardless of what the result is of those two players. Fuaga was labeled as like this nasty type of guy, right? And a lot of people, at least on my feeds, were saying, well, we heard the same thing about Trevor Penning being a nasty guy. And I hear you. Here's the difference, though. Trevor Penning, very raw. And we knew that. We loved the ceiling potential of Trevor Penning. And I still think that Penning can turn it around and have a decent career. And you guys know this, you guys that know me and have followed me for a while, I am not a big fan of just throwing your hands up after 2 or 3 years and being like, oh, it's not going to work. I don't believe in that. I think it's a little outrageous to give up on young 20-year-old kids that haven't pieced it all together yet. Now, with that said, Penning being a really raw prospect, I think that the floor was a lot lower.
Yes.
You were swinging for the fences on that one, but you saw that, oh man, this could be a guy. Fuaga, on the other hand, much higher floor, not as high of a ceiling. You're gonna get at least what it looks like on paper. You can put that down on the books too. How many times do we say on paper during the draft-a-thon? But on paper, it looks like you're going to get a quality starter at right tackle for years to come. Quality, just like a lot of words that we use on this show, is up for interpretation. What I think of quality and what you think of quality could be completely two different qualities. But that's the type of guy you're getting. And when we say nasty, yes, both those guys are nasty. The difference is one guy proven to dominate at the Division I, highest level of Division I. Trevor Penning, not the highest level of Division I. And a little bit more of a raw prospect. Again, and I'll go on record saying it, I think he's going to have a bounce back year. I still think you're going to have your lumps and bruises of a guy with not a lot of starting experience at the NFL level. But I don't think he's going to get benched this year. Part of that might be because there's no one to replace him if he gets benched. But I think it's going to be a lot better than what Saints fans saw out of Penning a year ago.
Yeah, Trevor Penning's favorite word in the English vocabulary right this minute might be default, as in you are the left tackle by default. We will not bench you because you're the only guy we have out of default. But I'm with you. And NFL teams in general, unless it's at the quarterback position, they don't generally give up on first-round draft choices, after 2 years. And, really, Trevor Penning has started 7 games in his NFL career. He's only appeared in 9 games. That's not even a full season. And this is a kid coming from Northern Iowa, already facing a stiff jump in NFL level competition. You have to be patient with him. I understand and agree with the fact that the Saints benched him last year. You had to, because you had to win football games. But you don't give up on him. You don't just scrap the plan and move him to a different position. It wouldn't surprise me if he got some reps at guard this mini camp, maybe even into training camp. But the plan is, their plan, the New Orleans Saints plan, is still for Trevor Penning to be a starting tackle. They drafted Fuaga mainly with an eye towards replacing a wounded Ryan Ramczyk in the hopes that Trevor Penning will develop as expected.
Absolutely. And Ryan Ramczyk is going to be the most interesting piece to a lot of things moving forward. And I'm curious, especially if he misses the entire season, if there's any hope that he can come back and play at all, which right now sounds pretty slim.
Yeah.
There's a lot of issues with that knee. I wonder if the Saints have any hope. Again, all hypothetical. We don't know where his knee. Bob and I are not doctors, and we're also not in that facility. We don't know where his knee is. But the hypotheticals.
Ryan might not either.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. But hypothetically, if he misses the entire year, do you think there's a hope for the Saints to go, you know what? What if he can be that 6th offensive lineman that can be a little bit of a plug-and-play guy at this point in his career, if the doctors clear him to play again, ever? I think that puts you in an interesting spot. But this was a weird offseason, Bob, just for multiple reasons. Obviously, like we've talked about Ryan Ramczyk's knee. We have talked about Andrus Peat not being on the roster. As recently as yesterday and the day before, we were talking about James Hurst's retirement. It really forced the Saints' hands to pick a particular position.
Yep.
And I think even more so with James Hurst's retirement, it forced your hand to take a right tackle more than a left tackle. And I don't think we talked about that enough last night. But you're almost forced to play Penning at left tackle, which then gives you a gaping hole on the right side. It kind of forced your hand because you had a lot of trust, a lot of faith in what James Hurst was able to do for you over the last few seasons. I think that's going to be a really underrated to maybe the national level, maybe not so much here in New Orleans where we saw how valuable he was. But I think from a national level, like, a lot of guys will bat an eye at it, not think much of it, to where here in New Orleans, as analysts, it's some of the biggest news of the season.
Yeah.
Or the off season at this point, that Hurst is retired.
Yeah, and I mean, it didn't come as a surprise, and a lot of us were outlining guard as a potential need anyway, because James Hurst just did not play well last year. So we believe that the organization, the franchise, had an idea that Hurst was at least leaning this direction. But again, the guard was going to be a position of need anyway, whether it's in free agency, remaining free agents, or the remaining draft choices that the Saints have. I didn't want to interrupt you before. I do have an updated pick. The Buffalo Bills, with the first pick of the second round, the 33rd overall selection, select Florida State wide receiver Keon Coleman.
Well, we were kind of making fun of the Buffalo Bills for the way last night was handled and giving away 2 picks to 2 teams that needed receivers, and that clearly being the biggest need of the Buffalo Bills. Feeling that they just gave away picks. And especially the first trade, not so much the second, right? You're trading end of the first round. Somebody wants to jump up, get that 5th-year option. Okay, you move back 1 spot and you get some extra picks out of it. That makes sense. But the trade within your conference to another team who's competing to win the AFC every year, that one didn't really make a whole lot of sense. So
no, it didn't. And I mean, even if you thought, even if you you knew Keon Coleman was going to be your guy. If you're the Buffalo Bills at pick, what was it, 2026? Hold on a sec. 28. 28 was where they originally traded back from. I don't think anybody would have said if the Bills if the Bills picked Keon Coleman at 28. I don't think anybody on this earth would have said Keon Coleman. That's a real reach in the first round. What are they thinking? What are they doing? Keon Coleman, I'm a big fan of his. I think he's going to be a terrific NFL wide receiver, and he's certainly going into a system that not only will use him, but frankly needs him because of all their receiver losses, up to, including, and especially Stephon Diggs. So I just Buffalo, it may have turned out, had gotten the man that they wanted all along, and in the process picked up a handful of extra picks from Carolina and Kansas City. But you still have to wonder what the Bills were thinking, especially with that first trade, swapping out spots with the Kansas City Chiefs so they can get a speedy wide receiver in Xavier Worthy for Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, it was a little odd. Didn't make a whole lot of sense. But if, like you said, if Coleman was their guy all along, you got your guy and you added some picks along the way. But like you said, to give that type of weapon to a guy who has won MVP of the league, won multiple Super Bowls, multiple times Super Bowl MVP. And as I said last night, maybe the strongest arm the league has seen in the last 20, 25 years, maybe ever, if you want to throw it in that conversation too. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? I'll open this question to you just for giggles because it's our show and we can do what we want. I say strongest arm of the last 20 to 25 years, maybe ever. When I say strongest arm in NFL history, where does your brain go?
John Elway.
John Elway.
John Elway, followed closely by Dan Marino, Brett Favre, Terry Bradshaw. They're right up there as well. I'd put Josh Allen in the top 5 to top 7 as far as strongest arms ever conversation. But I wouldn't put him in my top 3.
Mahomes.
Well, same answer. I still, as far as strongest arms, I mean, I've watched firsthand Elway and Marino throw the ball 80 plus yards, with a flick of the wrist and while on the move. I am not disrespecting the arm strength of Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen for that matter, the aforementioned Josh Allen. I'm an old school thinker anyway. I think we all know that about me. John Elway had the strongest NFL arm I've ever seen. My
brain immediately goes Brett Favre. Different generations, but my mind immediately goes Favre.
We have a trade. Sorry to interrupt again. The Patriots have traded out of 34. Sitting there now are the Chargers.
I want to say hello to some people in the chat that I've missed. Let's see where we are. Randy, good to see you in here. Rose City, good to see you in here. Calvin, welcome back for the second straight night. Philly, hello.
Wide receiver Ladd McConkey from Georgia is the Chargers pick at 34 overall, the second overall pick of the second round, excuse me.
Does that surprise you at all?
No, not at all. The Chargers picked Joe Alt at 5th overall last night. I think that was when you were out and it was just Alan and I. Alan and I were debating at the time whether a lot of people felt like the Chargers would take a receiver at that pick. I'm the one that interjected and said, no, this is Jim Harbaugh. I think they go offensive line. So they went offensive line with that first pick and then turned around, made the deal that they just made to get themselves a very good and dependable route runner for Justin Herbert. Lad McConkey has the quickness and enough speed to take the top off of defense, but he's going to make his chops in the NFL. He's going to make his dollars in the NFL by making big catches and moving the chains, and that's what a Jim Harbaugh offense ultimately wants to do.
Well, remember last night you had asked and posed the question later in the evening about Michael Thomas, and I said my sleeper team would be the Los Angeles Chargers for some similar reasons. So definitely makes a lot of sense to me. I feel bad for Herbert. Now, I'll repeat this again from last night for some of you who didn't stay up as late with us last night. I think it's crazy might be a stretch, but it is kind of wild that 2 years ago we were talking about the Chargers as this up-and-coming team, like a team that could, give Kansas City fits, a team that could surpass Kansas City with the amount of talent that they had. So now, Herbert's got no one to throw to. There's no offensive line to protect him. And his running backs are not as flashy of toys as they once were. Like, they bring in J.K. Dobbins, great, but like they brought in another running back from Baltimore, but it's not having Austin Eckler back there, right? And this is a team that went from an ascending team to very quickly finding themselves towards the bottom of the league again, in terms of just true talent. And that's concerning. Also brings up the question, I know Saints fans will love this. Bob, you know the crazy Saints fans will love this. Herbert might be a guy who gets pissed off and wants to leave and goes, you're not giving me pieces. You're not building around me. Like, if this team continues not to win football games, and Herbert got a lot of comparisons to a particular player that wore the black and gold for a long time in terms of his accuracy and touch. So, and I know how quickly people want to get rid of Derek Carr, so I just figured I'd throw that out there.
The teaser of the evening. But I mean, you make a great point, and oftentimes when there's a coaching change and a star quarterback is already in place, it's not unusual to see that relationship sour very quickly, whether it's the coach wanting his guy, the star player, not the star quarterback, not liking the direction that the new coach's system is taking him. But we've seen some even ugly split ups over the years. I am not saying, and I don't think you were either, to expect this from Justin Herbert and Jim Harbaugh, but I think it's fair to raise the flag of concern, and highlight it as a situation to watch for this upcoming season.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. However, I guess we can talk about this not just in football, but in all sports. Personally, Bob, and this is where you might be surprised by this comment because I'm a little less old school than Bob Rose is. I get really sick and tired of that. Like, it's been something that over the last, I don't know. You think it's fair to say like 10, 15 years? I don't think it's been quite longer than 15 years where you're starting to see guys get really vocal about, I want out. And, this whole movement, and to an extent, I agree with the movement of power to the players. Don't get me wrong.
Cardinals trade 35 overall to the Atlanta Falcons.
Oh, trying to make up for yesterday. How about it?
Hey, who knows? Maybe they draft Spencer Rattler.
Wouldn't that? You want to talk about putting a fan base into a frenzy.
Maybe they'll draft Spencer Rattler, and CBS Sports will put out a rumor that the Saints wanted to move from 45 to 35 to draft Spencer Rattler.
No, I was thinking more that the report would come out that they did not warn Michael Penix that they were drafting another quarterback, but they let Kirk Cousins know that they were drafting a second quarterback. But yeah, going back to my point, like I don't know what's happened over the last 10, 15 years. I like the players having more power. Like, I definitely love it. But we didn't have leagues, we didn't have sports leagues, we didn't have franchises that had to worry about, well, man, if we don't win within the first 5 years and we draft a superstar talent, we don't 10, 15 years ago, you didn't have to worry about them going, oh, I want out.
Yeah.
But now all of a sudden there's this pressure to win immediately if you have a star talent. And is that fair? Yes and no. Expectations a lot of times are never fair. But to have that type of expectation and try to build a contending team from scratch that quickly, I think it's a little wild. And I don't know what the solution to that problem is, right?
I mean, it's a societal thing, if you ask me. And it's reflective on society. If I don't get my own way right now, right this second, no questions asked, then I want new surroundings. I want this, I want that, etc. And again, that's me, me going old school. The Atlanta Falcons, sorry to interrupt myself. The Atlanta Falcons with number 35 overall, third pick of the second round. They draft Rook Ahoro, the defensive tackle from Clemson.
Okay.
We felt like the Falcons were probably going to go defensive line, most likely pass rusher, though, at 8 overall last night. So I can't say I'm surprised they went defensive line. And, me, Alan, even talked about it at the latter stages of day one, or round one, excuse me. Edge rusher isn't as deep as we have seen in recent years. And when Verse, Latu, Dallas Turner came off the board, that left you with Darius Robinson, who then subsequently came off the board in the 20s, to, I don't remember who, the Cardinals at 27. At that point, to me, there's not an edge rusher that I personally would draft, at this stage of the second round. So the Falcons evidently agreed and decided to beef up their defensive interior. And, Rook, I know Clemson's sort of in your backyard. Rook was a teammate of Brian Bressee's for 2 years. Shows a lot of get-go and a lot of disruptive tendencies in the middle of that Tigers defense.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I don't think he got the publicity that Clemson players had gotten used to getting over the last few years because of how poor Clemson had been a season ago in comparison to a team that was competing for national championships. A little bit of a down year for them. Clemson's produced a lot of defensive talent over the years and defensive line talent over the last few years. Listen, that's a need for Atlanta. I think Atlanta's another one of those teams where, and here you go, we can write it again, on paper, you look at them offensively and you go, especially with Kirk Cousins now, you're like, yeah, this offense should move the ball okay. Bijan Robinson, a guy that you and I both really liked in last year's draft, far and away the best running back in the draft a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
A game changer. Kyle Pitts, I know he hasn't had the superstar years people expected when he was the highest drafted tight end in NFL history, but still a lot of talent there. That's a team that should put up points. The defense took a major dip for Atlanta last year, and they needed some help. So I think this pick makes a lot of sense. I'm curious what they gave up, though. I'm curious for those details to come out.
Yeah, and I mean, don't forget too that Raheem Morris, their head coach, new head coach, he's a defensive guy. Had some really, really talented defensive lines. When he was the head coach with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So again, the pick of Rook makes sense. But in saying that, a defensive tackle, all three of us like, T'Vondre Sweat still on the board. Chris Jenkins still on the board. Now they're two different types of players than what Rook is. Rook's sort of a gap technique guy, pass rusher. But Johnny Newton from Illinois, a very similar player that a lot of people felt was going to go in the first round. They bypassed Newton to pick up Rook. Based off of what you've known, what you've seen, what you've read from your favorite Saints News Network writer, are you a little bit surprised by that selection?
I am. But Atlanta never surprises me, right? Even last night, they didn't surprise me. I will say this about Atlanta, though. They have had some success getting guys from Clemson in years
Mhm.
past. Vic Beasley comes to mind, his best season in Atlanta. I'm definitely missing somebody. Why is my mind just completely blanking right now? I'm missing a big one.
I'm missing a front seven player and somebody in the
Brady Jarrett, a
secondary
Clemson
too.
guy?
What's that?
Is Brady Jarrett a Clemson guy?
I don't know. Maybe.
I think he was. I think that's the guy that I'm missing. But regardless, they've had success drafting there in the past. And we know from New Orleans, looking at guys they've drafted out of Ohio State. I know the Saints had a little bit of a Georgia pipeline at one point. When you start trusting some coaches and some guys from that area, you pick up the phone, and there are guys that you're going to mock a lot higher, put higher on your draft board simply because you have a good relationship with the university, the coaches there, and some scouts there. And that could have easily done it and put this guy in a spot where Atlanta goes, yeah, this is the defensive tackle that we want. And typically when you trade up, you're not trading up because, oh, we have a positional need and we got to fill it. You trade up because there's a guy you want.
Yes.
And clearly that was a guy that they wanted.
And speak of the devil, Washington with the 36th overall pick have picked defensive tackle Johnny Newton from Illinois.
There you go.
Now, okay, I started to say it. The Redskins, they had that wonderful defensive line 2-3 years ago, and they basically gutted it within the last year and a half. Including Chase Young, one of the newest New Orleans Saints. So the pick makes a lot of sense for Washington, trying to rebuild that defensive line. And you know what? Leave it to Washington to. They had one of the league's worst offenses, which is why they were losing. They were staying in games because of a defensive line that was just pummeling people. So let's trade off all of our defensive line members and start from scratch, right?
Naturally. Why would you do anything different?
Right.
The old saying is, definitely fix what isn't broke. That's exactly how the saying goes. But nonetheless, starting to see a couple defensive tackles come off the board. Bob, we've thrown out defensive tackle for the Saints in this spot.
Yep.
We've thrown out the potential of maybe a wide receiver at this spot. As this board's playing out, where do you think the Saints will go?
I still think it's going to be defensive tackle or wide receiver, even though all four of the first four picks of the second round have been two defensive tackles and two wide receivers. Jalen Polk, my guy from Washington, the wide receiver, still on the board. Troy Franklin from Oregon, the flyer, the deep ball threat, still on the board. A.D. Mitchell from Texas, a little bit surprising, still on the board as well. If you're looking at wide receivers, defensive tackle. I love Newton, but I didn't expect him to be here. So that was a pleasant surprise if he would have been available at 45, as I wrote this morning with the Saints News Network. But even with Newton and Rook off the board, you still have Braden Fisk from Florida State, Chris Jenkins from Michigan, and Tavondre Sweat from Texas. So I think they go defensive tackle or a wide receiver here. One underrated position of need, and you and I have talked about it a lot on the Bayou Blitz. There really hasn't been a safety chosen yet. Do you like Cooper DeJean from Iowa? I like two guys. One was Jordan Howden's teammate with the University of Minnesota, Tyler Nubin, still on the board, and Jaden Hicks, a player who looks a lot like Marcus Williams when he's patrolling the back end of a secondary. Would not be mad at either one of those guys being the pick at 45 either.
Well, I'll go ahead and break your heart a little bit. Polk goes to the Patriots here.
Yep, just saw it.
So I hate to be the bearer of bad news.
That's all right.
We talked about this a little bit yesterday.
No,
and I really don't think he falls it down to 45, but you brought up Cooper. We were talking yesterday, like, where does he fit, right? Like, he's a true tweener. Like, he's not quite a corner. He's not quite a safety. Good return threat, but the Saints don't really need that because they have Shaheed. But can you get creative with Cooper DeJean? I think that would be interesting if the Saints were to select him and play him in like a safety role. Take advantage of the things he's good at, but hear me out. We've seen the Saints take defensive players and put them in offensive sets as well.
Yeah.
I think it would be fun if all of a sudden you just see Cooper DeJean lining up in the slot and then, playing I'm not saying truly two-way, but playing a little bit of two-way. I think it's not a huge need for the Saints to grab a safety. It's not the biggest need by any means. But you want to talk about just playing a little bit of Madden. That would be fun. I don't think he falls to 45. I don't think he'll be there. I don't think the Saints trade up to try to get him. But
No.
I think hypothetically, that would be fun. Be interesting.
Well, and some of the things that I was saying about Cooper DeJean last night kind of stuck in my head. For the whole 3.5 hours of sleep that I got. I cheated too. I took about a 40-minute nap today.
Bob,
but
get off the stream right now. Fired. No naps during draftathon.
The puppy fell asleep. I did too. We talked about Tyrann Mathieu having lost a step, and as a player now that you really don't want in slot coverage as often as he used to be, and you definitely don't want him near the line of scrimmage. Jordan Howden, while showing promise, is still relatively unproven. So, what were one of the other biggest problems in the Saints secondary last year? Slot coverage. Couldn't move Mathieu in there, and Alontae Taylor had his bumps. Now, even though Cooper DeJean is listed as a cornerback, I still state, with all the force that I have left in my tiring body, that he is more of a safety to me. I said he reminded me a lot. His overall skill set reminded me a lot of Jeremy Chin. Well, one thing Jeremy Chin could do, he could play outside corner if you asked him to, could play deep safety, could step in as a linebacker, nickel linebacker spot. He could also play the slot. So this is where a player like Cooper DeJean could and would fit the New Orleans Saints defensive scheme.
Jeremy Chin with Washington now. I had to look up where he went. I couldn't remember.
I knew he left Carolina. I couldn't remember where he went.
That was a guy who really burst onto the scene. And then Carolina changes up coaching, right? Coaches multiple times. And I don't think that Jeremy Chin's a bad player at all. I felt like he was in a perfect situation. And then coaching changes, scheme fits, and he wasn't a scheme fit anymore. And they were asking him to do things that did not highlight his skill set. And ultimately, that hurt him. But he goes to Washington, where maybe he'll find a little bit more success, and maybe he's able to kind of recapture some of that magic of his rookie year in Carolina, because he was really grabbing the attention of a lot of guys his first year in the league. He had two or three touchdowns as a rookie, all fumble recoveries, interceptions, whatever it might have been. He was really becoming a playmaker for that Panther defense. So it'll be interesting to see how he tries to kind of reinvent his career, revitalize his career might be a better way to say that. Here now.
I'm not going to hide my displeasure that Jalen Polk is off the board.
Please rant. Do it.
There's no reason to rant, because I'll be honest with you, even if Polk was on the board at 45, I am not sure the Saints take him. I don't think the Saints receiving need is as big as some others have made it out to be. I do believe that they need a more physical playmaker to kind of open things up for Olave, Shaheed, and even A.T. Perry. But I don't think it's an absolute necessity for this offense to be successful. I do believe, having said that, defensive tackle, even safety are bigger needs. I think the Saints can go into the 2024 season with the receiving core that they have in place, along with a couple other undrafted players like we've always seen in the past from New Orleans. and be relatively productive if that core stays healthy. So I mean, but even now, especially now that Jalen, Polk is off the board, I now feel stronger than ever that the Saints do not go wide receiver. At 45. Again, if Adonai Mitchell, AD Mitchell from Texas falls there, he's a similar player to similar traits to what I liked out of Polk, so maybe that could be a guy. But Tez Walker from North Carolina, Troy Franklin from Oregon, Jermaine Burton from Alabama, if you're going to reach a little bit more. Those are guys that they already have in Shaheed and Olave and even Perry. And those guys are proven. So I don't know that you need, and I pause as I say that because defensive tackle T'Vondre Sweat goes to the Tennessee Titans with the 38th overall selection. So these defensive tackles are starting to go quick now. If you were the Saints, go ahead.
I was going to say, I think now when you're starting to see receivers and defensive tackles come off the board, and those are some of your positions of need, I think you're definitely on the phone.
Yeah.
I think there's a higher chance of you trading back if you're the Saints now. Unless there's a guard that you really like there. I think the Saints should actively be on the phone. Before we go any further in that, just because this was something we talked about last night, and it's kind of developed a little bit here in Charlotte today. Remember the David Tepper story I was saying yesterday?
Yes.
It goes a little bit further today.
Of course it does.
As the video cam footage from inside the restaurant was released to the public, and Tepper did not seem like extremely mad as the initial report came out, but he did walk in with someone else from the organization.
Well, you always need a flunky.
Of course. Referenced the sign, pointed at it. The audio's not there. But he's standing there and at the hostess stand, and whoever's there with the host is wearing a hat, and Tepper reaches over and takes the guy's hat off and puts it down onto the host stand. And I'm thinking, I probably would have lost my cool.
Yeah.
If someone reached over onto my head and took my hat off.
I mean, guys, in general, as a species, we are immature cavemen. And people get punched in the mouth for flipping off other people's hats. That's an unspoken rule all the way back to middle school. So Tepper might be lucky he didn't get his skull caved in.
And that's what one of the local radio guys here in Charlotte said on Twitter, is that it was kudos to that guy for keeping cool when other people would not have. It was about a 45-second interaction between Tepper and the person at the host stand and what looked to be, a manager on duty or something. And yes, he doesn't look mad, but again, this is the same guy that threw a beer on somebody's head, right? Or a soda on somebody's head last season. And now you're taking people's hats off and tossing them onto the hostess stand. Crazy. Can't act like that if you're an owner.
No. I mean, you can't act like that you can't act like that if you're anyone, anywhere, really.
Okay, can you imagine if a player did that? Can you imagine what kind of news it would be if Bryce Young did that?
Oh, they'd be all over TMZ. And if it was a New Orleans Saint, he might receive a 6-month-long suspension from corrupt MF or Roger Goodell.
That is true. John Butler did say when Polk got drafted, it is Goodell's fault, just in the comments. But no, obviously this is a Saints podcast, but anybody that in last year, right? And Bob, you can back me on this because you're more active on Twitter than I am.
I wish I wasn't. I need allies.
Yeah, I got you. For the little bit that I'm on Twitter, I got you. There's a lot of fans that were saying oh my, up in arms, the Saints, the state of the Saints, the state of the Saints, the state of the Saints. Anytime you feel bad about where this team is, just go look at the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah.
Not just the roster, but the way that this whole thing in my backyard is being run. Anytime you lift me up, just go see what the Carolina Panthers and David Tepper are doing. That's kind of where I'm getting at with some of this. But
yeah, or you could be an Atlanta Falcon fan.
That too. That too. There's a lot of different ways we can go with that. But yeah, that's your latest. That's your latest on that. That little soap opera story.
Yeah, and back to Vondre Sweat. To anybody that was telling me, guaranteeing me by their almighty knowledge, Sweat is going to fall because of that recent DUI that he got. Obviously, he didn't. I won't pat myself on the back, but I will.
You've never been known to do that.
No, not that's why I have shoulder issues. As I said, in one of the group chats that I'm involved with in Facebook, and they asked me if I thought that Sweat would fall, or if I was concerned about his DUI. So I wasn't referring to those type of questions when I mini ranted before. My feeling on Sweat and his DUI, it's not a good look. I grant you that, and for sure. It's a little bit concerning, from a legal and a personal aspect. But it's more the case of just a young man making a colossally stupid mistake rather than a character issue. That's the way I look at it. Now, you come at me with multiple DUIs. We're talking maybe a little bit different scenario. You mix in a DUI with other character issues, a different scenario. But Sweat had stayed out of trouble throughout his collegiate career at Texas, at least that we know of. So again, I chalk this up to just a young man making a stupid mistake. I hope he learned from it, and thank God that nobody got hurt from it.
Yeah, and I hate to say this. I really do.
Before you do say what you're going to hate to say, the Panthers at 39 have traded out, and the Rams are now on the clock.
How about that? I hate to say this, but
the Rams select. I'm going to keep interrupting you. The Rams select defensive tackle Braden Fisk from Florida State.
So we're just seeing a run on defensive tackles here in the second round.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 picks. 3 of them wide receivers, and 4 of them defensive tackles.
Going back to Sweat, we'll see. We'll see if third time's a charm. Don't apologize. Let people know what's going on. Unfortunately, in today's NFL, arrests don't mean what they used to. Right? There's a lot of looking over it. Whatever. And that's just that's the unfortunate truth of it. The only time that there was a big drop, two, and one of them really wasn't that big, but the two that stand out in terms of something happened off the field and there was a huge drop. One was Lyle Collins. That makes sense.
Yeah.
At the time of that, he was in like full suspect in a murder case. So like that makes sense. The other one, and I can't remember the name, but the gas mask, the night of the draft, Laramie Tunsil, yes. But he didn't fall tremendously far.
No.
He fell he was a top 5 guy that fell to like 15 or 16 or something. Right. And those are the only 2 times where in recent memory where I can go, yeah, a guy fell because of off the field issues that was like drastic.
Well, and I can think of other. Carl Granderson was projected by a lot of people to be a day 2 pick. But he was in jail or served a sentence for domestic abuse. And fell out of the draft altogether. If you recall, the New Orleans Saints were somewhat heavily criticized for even signing him, as an undrafted free agent. Now, Carl, knock on wood, he has served his sentence. Washington traded out of 40 to the Philadelphia Eagles. And we'll give you that pick in a minute. But yeah, I mean, Granderson has kept pretty clean. Um, and yeah, again, it's depending on the mistake, of course. But you don't want to condemn, especially a 20, 21, 22-year-old young man, for a stupid mistake. Now, they need to serve consequences for that mistake. The level of consequences, of course, being commiserate with whatever the mistake is. But everybody deserves at least 1 second chance. I've always believed that. And frankly, without getting too deep into my personal life, if I didn't have more than a few second chances, I wouldn't be sitting here with you fine folks today.
I can echo that. There's a lot of
Right,
things.
because you framed me.
That's right. That's right. Yep. At the time that some of that stuff happened, though, Bob, I would have been negative something years ago. but yes,
You know who wouldn't have been? Roger Goodell.
yeah. There you go. All right, that's reference number 5,
Seven.
6, 7.
7.
I'm losing
If you
count.
count the middle finger that I flashed when he first came onto the TV, it's 7.
I tried to ignore it.
I know you did, but I saw you grin.
But I did. And part of me is like, man, is Bob flipping me off this early into the draft-a-thon? Like, I thought we were saving that for day 3. But nonetheless, yeah, I think, and honestly, and I've said this too, just being a guy that, when we started doing the draft-a-thons, I was 22. So I could very much relate to the guys getting drafted because I was about the same age. And I have not done anything to that degree of stupid. Right? Have I done stupid things? Have I not got caught for doing stupid things? Yes, everybody has. And
Right. I mean, at 22 years old, even if you didn't get caught, you might not have done things that made you say to yourself, wow, if I got caught, I would have been in jail. But you did stuff that said, wow, if I got caught, I wouldn't have any more friends. Or if I got caught, I would have been expelled from college or this or that or the other thing. Again, there's levels of mistakes, and to come along with it, there should be levels of consequences. Not saying Sweat or anybody else shouldn't be punished for what they did wrong, but they shouldn't be crucified for it either.
I like that to kind of end that discussion. Libby says, "We love you, Bob, and we hate Goodell." Wow, wow, you should.
We have another trade.
Oh. All sorts of busy. Oh, maybe, did we lose Bob? Might have to write this down too for technical difficulties during the draft-a-thon. But at least Bob's smiling in this photo. At least he is on my end. Did we get him back? There he is. We lost you for a second, but you froze like in a perfect looked like you were taking a selfie and really extending the arm out. So I was like, well, it wasn't. It would have been different if it was like the super unflattering time that you paused, but it actually worked out for you. So catch us up. What were you trying to say while you were taking a really great unintentional selfie?
Well, the Saints are now on the clock. I know the TV screen on the NFL Network doesn't say that. What it says is the pick for the Philadelphia Eagles at 40th overall is in.
Yes,
I know the Saints have traded up, but I don't know whether it was 41 with the Packers or whether they just traded again with the Philadelphia Eagles. So
the Eagles have taken Cooper DeJean.
Okay. So specifically for my friend Russell Greer, the Philadelphia Eagles pick is, we'll just say, defensive back from Iowa, Cooper DeJean, a kid that we've been talking about on the telecast since about midway through last night. And the Philadelphia Eagles certainly need the secondary help. We saw the Eagles already. We saw the Eagles already select a cornerback in Quinyon Mitchell, and now they got a running mate back there for you, Russell, and Cooper DeJean, a playmaker from Iowa.
I do have the Saints pick if you would like it.
Okay.
I would like it, Brendan.
Fire away.
I love it. The Saints are taking Kool-Aid McKinstry at pick 41.
Wow.
Football?
Bob, thoughts?
Near shock. Yeah, near shock. I didn't do a whole lot of research on cornerbacks this year because, frankly, I didn't consider it a need for the New Orleans Saints.
I didn't either.
Mainly because you have on the roster, you have Marshawn Lattimore, you have Alontae Taylor, you have Paulson Adebo. And I wasn't overly impressed with this cornerback class to begin with. But I will say this about Kool-Aid: long, lanky frame, about 6 feet, just shy of 200. Good cover guy. I know Terrian got all the publicity at Alabama, but Kool-Aid, other than having maybe the most awesome name in the draft, he has good natural coverage instincts. It worries me where his role is going to be.
Do you think he can play safety?
If he has the ball instincts. I mean, off-ball coverage at Alabama, he responded very, very well. Seems to see the field well. Very athletic. So, I mean, he'll be able to have the range if his instincts, if he can hone his instincts. If you're talking about a potential position change.
Bob, you're also going to love the trade compensation here. You're going to love this. The Saints traded up 4 spots, and gave up 168 and 190.
Okay. Well, I mean, we knew that the Saints were going to part with those, some of those 5th, 6th round picks.
So at least you know that and that's something that we thought that, hey, like the Saints are not going to use all of them. So I'm glad they at least moved them to do something. I still don't quite get it though, unless you plan on moving Lattimore, or you think one of those 4 guys you just named can play safety.
Well, and you remember a couple years ago, I mentioned you, Russell Greer, for the Philadelphia Eagles pick before. I'd like to remind you and your lovely wife Raven and good friend of ours, both of you. We were at your wedding when the Saints made this pick of Alontae Taylor a couple of years ago. And a lot of people believed at the time that Alontae was destined to be moved to safety. Maybe that's what happens. Remember too, Brendan, my lovely wife Lauren did not believe us that his name was really Kool-Aid McKinstry.
Is he from Alabama?
Yeah.
We're gonna make sure that is on record in however many years that she just didn't buy it and was like, nah.
Right. My own wife doesn't believe my reporting.
Why doesn't it look as silly as it sounds on television?
But as I started to say, Paulson Adebo coming off the best year of his career. He's in the last year of his contract. Cornerbacks, get heavy dollar on the free agent market now. Maybe this is just as much a pick for the future, not so much for you. They're going to trade Marshawn Lattimore people, but more so for they may not be able to afford Paulson Adebo next year. And if that's the case, then you have, on paper, Marshawn Lattimore, Alontae Taylor, and Kool-Aid. So let's drink the Kool-Aid, Saints fans. We have a new cornerback.
Here's a note on Kool-Aid as well. He had a fracture in his foot, rated by a lot of people as a late 1st round pick.
Yeah.
So if you want to talk about getting a guy for value, it looks like decent value. I am still digging. There we go. I just got confirmation because I realized the way that I worded it when I first said it to you was that the Saints only gave up 168 and 190. They did give up 45 as well.
I assumed.
3?
Yep.
So here's the thing now, Bob. The Saints, don't have another pick here in day 2. And right now, you have 2 fifths left. 2 fifths, a 6th, and 2 sevenths. Is that right?
Yep.
Do you think any of that ammo gets you enough to get back in the 3rd round
No.
without giving up future assets? I don't either.
No. You said it was 168 and 190, correct?
That's right.
Okay. Yeah, that's a 5th and a 6th. So they actually have 3 fifth-round picks,
And 2
150, 170, 175, 1/6, 199, and 1/7, 239. That might be enough to move you into the 4th round midway.
You'd give up 3 fifths to move up into the 4th?
If it was early, if it was in the top half of the 4th, and I see a player that I like that I think could have gone in day 2, yeah, I would make that move, and I could certainly see Mickey Loomis making that move.
Well, yeah, the Saints aren't a team to trade. I've never been a team to trade down. They've always been a team that is aggressive trading up. The Saints also had a great tweet after the pick. If you guys are curious, head to Twitter. They just tweeted the GIF or the GIF, however you say it, of the Kool-Aid man from Family Guy running through the wall.
I like it. I like it.
As Lauren Rose literally just threw it into the YouTube chat. Oh yeah. That was A+ timing. Lauren, thank you.
One of many reasons why I married her.
We didn't even plan that. How about that? Hum diddly dee. Overall, Bob, I do want to throw it out there real quick to the people in the chat. Throw some questions, throw some comments. What are you guys thinking? Thinking of all this. Logan says, "Don't drink the Kool-Aid." LOL. You could take that multiple different ways, but at the end of the day, with this pick, Bob kind of said where his head's at. This is where my head's at. Is Mickey Loomis was very short when asked about Marshawn Lattimore and whether he felt like he was going to be on the roster or not. The simple answer was, yeah. That was it. Is that he felt that Marshawn was going to be on the roster? Yes. I still hold that to be true. I don't think Marshawn Lattimore is going anywhere. While you brought up the can the Saints afford Paulson and Debo thing, I want to kind of backtrack to what I said is I would not be surprised if the Saints tried to move Alontae Taylor or McKinley to safety. And remember, Taylor struggled like immensely at times last year, trying to be forced into a mold of something that he really wasn't. Now, I must commend the guy for overcoming adversity. You still throw on the tape and you're not like super impressed, but he did make plays, right? Had some interceptions late in the year, made plays for this team. And maybe the team's looking at it and going, yeah, he's a playmaker. Can we play him at safety? And like you said, Bob, when we were doing this, however, 2 years ago, and that pick came in and we're all just like, what? There was a lot of conversation about Alontae Taylor make the transition to safety.
Yeah.
So I could see that. McKinley was 3rd in college football in pass breakups since 22, according to your favorite people at PFF. But, I don't necessarily see Kool-Aid making the swap over to safety, but I could certainly see Taylor make the swap over to safety. It also gives you some reassurance, with the whole Marshawn Lattimore dilemma. It gives you reassurance if you're unable to bring a Debo back. But I more than anything, I really think it opens the door for you to move Taylor to safety, and opposed to maybe reaching for a safety or looking for a safety in the later rounds, you're able to grab like a high quality corner, a guy that had a 1st-round grade, and then move a guy you drafted in the 2nd round that you knew was versatile in the defensive backfield and move him into being that hybrid safety guy I've always said, I stand by it, is the Saints kind of laying the blueprint for the rest of the league for like hybrid safeties, and that's starting with guys like Roman Harper and then Malcolm Jenkins that could play in the box, that could play back, and you could really manipulate what you do with your defense there. This is more of that mold continuing, and remember how long Dennis Allen was a part of this coaching staff, kind of implementing that mold. I think it's just another opportunity for Alontae Taylor to continue that legacy of Saints safeties that are tweeners, a little bit of to play a little bit of anything in the defensive backfield. We have a guest, Bob. We had somebody who joined us. He's waiting in the queue. Shall we bring him in? You guys know him from his Tuesday night show that Bob Rose is also on. Alan Ulrich of Under the Dome joins us for the second consecutive day. He's wearing his Color Rush Taysom Hill jersey, as Taysom just made the pick for the New Orleans Saints. Alan, are you drinking the Kool-Aid, my man?
I'll tell you what, the Saints...
Did somebody say mass casualty?
The Saints web staff is really on the mark. They already have the Kool-Aid man busting through a wall. The only thing it's missing from is the Falcons logo on it. Because I tell you what, this was a home run hit, a pick here, because to me, you got a first round talent in the second round. You traded up, but you only gave up a fifth and a sixth. And you went up 4 slots. They saw the run on defensive backs happening, the run on defensive players. I think they probably had a defensive tackle targeted early in this, and both guys they had targeted are gone.
We felt that way too.
Yeah. So I love the pick. I mean.
And as you say, run on defensive backs, the Arizona Cardinals just picked up cornerback Max Melton.
Yeah, and I think the Cardinals were the ones that were probably going to take Kool-Aid, if not the team right before the Cardinals picked. So I think it was a good decision for the Saints to move up like this. The only thing that's disappointing is, unless they make a trade, this is going to be the last we hear from the Saints until day 3.
Mm-hmm.
They were talking, I think you guys were talking about it too. Of course, all the rumors immediately start, oh, there goes Marshawn Lattimore, trading Lattimore now, all those things. But do you feel that the Saints are going to try and make another move to get into at least the 4th round, if not into the 3rd?
Yeah, I absolutely do. Brendan and I were talking about the picks that they have left: 150, 170, 175, all in the 5th, and then 199 in the 6th. It's not beyond Mickey Loomis to trade all those picks to move into the top half of the 4th round, to get a guy that they've identified that maybe a day 2 talent that fell into early day 3, just like Kool-Aid was a day 1 talent falling into day 2. So I expect them, to make that kind of move, and would frankly be shocked if they didn't.
I agree. I was just looking to see. Oh my God, Jim Plunkett's old. Just between seeing Warren Moon and now Jim Plunkett, I feel old.
Yeah.
And of course, Booger McFarland's on the stage. I'm watching ESPN again. Booger McFarland's on the stage with Mel Kiper. I remember when Mel Kiper was talking up Booger McFarland out of LSU for his draft. So
now you started to say something about the here we go, Lattimore's going to get traded, people, and just before you joined us. Brendan and I kind of addressed that, and neither one of us think that this move necessarily has anything to do with that. I personally believe that it has an eye to the future type of move. Paulson Adebo is a free agent at the end of this year. If he has another year like he did in 2023, he's going to be in high demand. And we also talked about maybe a potential move Alontae Taylor to safety, something a lot of us thought would happen 2 years ago when they drafted him.
Yeah, I totally agree with this because, and I caught the tail end of that conversation. But yeah, moving Alontae Taylor to safety, like we all thought when he got drafted to begin with, makes a lot of sense because he can be a cover safety in the big nickel package, playing the slot, and he also has an opportunity to play that deep middle, much like what Tyrann Mathieu has been playing. But also, you have an opportunity here if you don't want to pay a Debo to trade him or move on from him. This is all assuming if Lattimore sticks around, but trade or move off of him, and now you put Taylor on one side and you put Kool-Aid on the other side. I mean, it just gives you a lot of flexibility. And, people knock Dennis Allen for a lot of things, and I agree with some of it. He's got the personality of a wet sponge. He's not a good leader, all that kind of stuff. But if there's one thing this man can coach, it's defensive backs.
Yes, sir.
Isaac Giddum does not get the contract he gets from Washington had he not got the coaching from Dennis Allen and Dennis Allen's assistants.
Mm-hmm.
And Dennis Allen's a good defensive coordinator too. So he will figure out how to make these guys all get on the field together.
Yeah, and that goes a little bit more to what all three of us were saying about a potential move of Alontae Taylor to safety. Folks, this wouldn't be Alontae Taylor, hypothetically, if something like this were to happen. We're not talking necessarily about Alontae Taylor playing a traditional safety role, kind of that slot safety, off the ball coverage, roam him around a little bit, use him as a blitzer, which he was very effective at last year. So in other words, his role wouldn't necessarily change a lot. He just wouldn't be asked to cover the slot man to man as often because he wouldn't have to. They could use his vision a little bit more, his reactionary skills. And, if you do bring a big wide receiver outside the numbers or big tight end outside the numbers, boom, then Alontae Taylor's moving with him.
Yeah. Are you surprised by the number of trades that you have seen so far? It looks like, they're just, and I expect this because, like I had said to you on a Tuesday show, and I think I said it last night too. The thing about the first round is, in the draft being 3 days, in day 2, they have an opportunity to reset their board, look at the guys and go, here are guys that we thought were going to go for the first round for sure. Kool-Aid is one of them.
Mm-hmm.
But, guys that we thought were going to go in the first round, here they are in the second round. This is a guy I can grab right now. Carolina.
Yeah, I'm surprised by the number of trades, but for the reason that you just mentioned and the reasons we all three talked about last night, the amount of trades also make a lot of sense to me because teams have an extra day to decide. If you had a first round pick, okay, we have that need crossed off of our list. Who's still on our board and where are we in relation to being able to get them?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, Carolina's been moving up and down the board, which shows, they have a lot of needs. They know that. And they're trying to acquire as many picks as they can to make these moves.
Yeah, we just had our first running back taken, too. Texas Jonathan Brooks went to Carolina after Carolina traded back up.
Yeah. And that's Mushin Muhammad that's making the call right now. And he's got more gray hair than Roman Harper.
Wow.
Yeah. It's just, you realize how much time has passed.
Well, I can confirm with Roman Harper as well. I was telling Bob a few weeks ago, I ran into him in Charlotte. I forgot that he still lived out here, and that was the giveaway. There are certain things, like you walk by someone, you would double take. You're like, oh, is that who I thought it was? And you're like, no, that's definitely Definitely Roman Harper, because he's had that gray since he was drafted in 06.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, Musha Muhammad is now, it'll be 30 years next year, 95. 30 years.
And I remember him vividly at Michigan State.
Well, that was when Kerry Collins went on his drinking binge.
Mhm.
That was one of the things that got him kicked off the team, or the reason why they cut him is because he used a slur, and I know what the word was.
Yeah, we all do.
Yeah, he called him mushmouth, from the Fat Albert gang, thinking it was funny, and it was not. And that was when okay, that's enough. We got to get rid of you. So
I'd say Kerry was able to drink with Mike Ditka for a year on Bourbon Street. So
hey, that's why I called him Kerry Rum Collins, because that was like when he came to the States, like, oh yes, that's just the place an alcoholic needs to come to. Not like we have Bourbon Street or anything like that. Yeah, it's amazing. First running back off the board is the middle of round 2, which shows how, and you have 15 offensive players go off the board in the first round.
But I think that's also a reason to kind of go back to what you're saying about, are we surprised with the amount of trades? I think a lot of these trades have to do with the fact of there's a lot of defensive players that people did not expect to be here at the top of the round because of the run of offensive players, the historic run of offensive players in round number 1. And let's not forget, not just the first 10 picks being offensive players. We had 6 quarterbacks in the top 12, which is an all-time record. We didn't get a chance to talk about that last night. I want to bring it up now, and I'll leave you guys to talk about it while I deal with the allergies, because the Southern pollen's been wonderful to me this year. But listen, when we talk about historic drafts, when we talk about historic quarterback drafts, you guys know the drafts that come to mind. I don't think in 20 years we're talking about this draft, the first draft in NFL history where 6 quarterbacks go in the top 12, as being one of those historic drafts. Did you guys feel that this was a draft where a lot of teams reached for a quarterback because they felt like they had to? And I'll leave you guys up for that discussion.
Bob, you want to take that one first?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. I think teams reached for a quarterback out of either pure desperation or the fact that they didn't have one on their roster. Denver at 12 with Bo Nix. The Vikings, you knew when the Vikings lost Kirk Cousins and they made that trade to pick up the extra first-round pick, you knew what position that they were angling for. They got their guy in J.J. McCarthy, who you and I have said all along, any other year he probably wouldn't be a first-round pick. If Michigan loses in the college football semifinals, J.J. McCarthy isn't a first-round pick. You look at the Falcons with Michael Penix. I'm not going to call that desperation. I'll call that idiocy. Not because Michael Penix isn't a good player. I still stand firm in my analysis that I believe he's going to ultimately be the best quarterback out of this class. But it just... No, I'm not going to say it didn't make any sense to me, but especially the Broncos and the Vikings, they painted themselves in the corner where they had to take a quarterback no matter who was on the board.
Yeah. What you're seeing, and this is what we said last night, there's a greater demand for quarterbacks than there is a supply. So teams talk themselves into getting these guys. Bo Nix and probably J.J. McCarthy both are probably third-round picks in a normal world. But the problem is this is a quarterback-driven league now, especially a quarterback who can either throw the deep ball or run all over the field.
Mm-hmm.
The problem with the Penix pick, and you and I think we were so stunned by it, we really took in the capabilities of Penix versus why Atlanta took him. The stupidity of it for Atlanta to take him isn't talent based. It's you just gave $180 million, 100 of it guaranteed to a 36-year-old quarterback.
Yeah.
You don't do that if your goal is to take a quarterback. And you're picking 8th. 6 quarterbacks are going. You know the first 3 are going, so you know you're going to have at least 3 others to choose from. This shows unbelievable lack of preparedness by the Falcons when they mock draft, when they start putting these drafts together. Who do we think is going to be there, and who are we going to take? You knew the first 3 quarterbacks were going to go 1, 2, 3. Okay. The Chargers aren't taking a quarterback. They just paid Justin Herbert. The Cardinals weren't taking a quarterback. They've got Kyler Murray.
Mm-hmm.
So that's 5 picks. Okay. Now you're getting to 6 and 7. If at worst they take 2 quarterbacks at 6 and 7, you're still left with 1 at 8. And you can look at it from 8 going, okay, how much draft capital am I going to have to use to move up and maybe swap with the Chargers, maybe swap with the Giants,
Yep.
or someone like that, because those teams are going to want more picks. That's the kind of things you do as a GM to prepare yourself for scenarios in the draft so you go in there and you're not surprised.
Mm-hmm.
And then they let out some kind of trial balloon spin that, we had heard that the Raiders and the Saints and the Seahawks were interested in trading up to go get. No, they weren't. The Saints taking an offensive tackle was probably the least surprising thing outside of the first 3 picks being quarterbacks. This is, you decide at the last minute to go get this guy because you were in love with a quarterback and you pulled the trigger on it. So when you ask, and this is a very long way of answering that question, but when you ask, okay, are we, is this going to be the kind of class like 1983? I don't think it will be.
No.
Because they first talked themselves into getting quarterbacks, and then quarterbacks went to places they really are not going to be successful at. Dan Marino went to the Miami Dolphins, who just played in the Super Bowl in '83. The Denver Broncos traded to get John Elway from the Colts. He didn't play with the Colts. Denver was not in the shape that the Colts were in.
Right.
So these quarterbacks went to places where they could be successful. The 2004 class, where Eli Manning went to the Giants, Ben Roethlisberger went to the Steelers. Again, franchises that are set up for success. They're not seen as the savior trying to rescue a dying franchise that's been a train wreck for so long, like the Commanders, like the Jets, like, where all these teams that typically draft, the Bears even, which we talked about the Bears too. These are teams that ruin quarterbacks. So that's why I think
Right.
But I hate to be that honest, but it is. It's where quarterbacks go to die. So unless you go to an organization that's stable, that has a good head coach, has a plan, has talent around them, and figures out how to maximize that talent, you end up being a quarterback like a Justin Fields that you're going, this kid had all this talent. Why didn't he work in the NFL?
Right.
So I think that's why you saw, what was it, 2022 and 2021's classes that every quarterback's been traded.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And like you said, that class of '83, really none of those guys were anointed as automatic saviors of any of the franchises that they went to.
No.
And I realize that revisionist history likes to cling to the fact that, this is going to be the next greatest thing. Uh, yeah, and when it comes to quarterbacks, it's just the reason why I find it hard to believe that this class or any other recent class will be able to duplicate the class of '83 is because, I mean, Elway and Marino are talked about among the all-time, in the short conversation, among the all-time greats.
Mm-hmm.
Jim Kelly, Hall of Famer. Tony Eason led his team to a Super Bowl, had a couple of Pro Bowl caliber seasons. Kenny O'Brien went to a few Pro Bowls, led the league in passing, led the league in passing one year, finished top 5 in like 3 others. Yeah.
Yeah, he was at the tail end of the New York Stock Exchange. So he was going to not a terrible Jets team. It's funny, you mentioned there's Chris Jenkins went to the Bengals.
Yeah, and Mason Smith before that to the Jaguars. So we're still seeing defensive tackles flying off the board.
Yeah,
And the Saints blatantly ignoring that perceived need that a lot of us had.
I think it's because they feel like they can work with Saunders and Shepard. That they can make it work for another year and maybe go next year at defensive tackle. I was actually kind of surprised because I thought the tight end might have been an appealing position because you had Ben Sinnott and the tight end for the Texans that was still on the board.
Jatavian Sanders from Texas, as you mentioned. Cade Stover from Ohio State, I'm a big fan of. Theo Johnson from Penn State. I think those are guys that if the Saints do trade to get back into the 3rd round, that's a reach at this stage, or the 4th round. That's probably where you're going to see those tight ends go, I think.
I agree with that, and I'm curious to see if they burn any assets to move from next year to move in to go get some of these guys. Like I told you Tuesday night, this is where this is the depth of the draft showing up now. The back half of the 2nd round, 3rd and 4th round. You're going to see a lot of quality players go off the board here. And it's disappointing because this is where I would like to have the Saints have multiple picks.
Yeah.
And they just they just don't have it, and it is what it is. The first round, the cornerback position, I understand it because you're looking at a very real possibility that you're moving on from Lattimore next year, not this year. But yeah, that's the only disappointing part. Last thing about the quarterbacks, the 1999 class. 1999 class had 4 quarterbacks go in the 1st round.
Mm-hmm.
And only one panned out, and that was Donovan McNabb. The rest of them were just horrible busts.
Oh, is that the year Dante Culpepper came out too?
I don't believe so. I think Culpepper came out in 98, but let me just double check because you're right. I didn't think about Culpepper. I was thinking about Achilles Smith, Cade McNown,
Tim Couch.
Tim Couch, yeah.
I feel like we're missing somebody too. Other than I think Dante was in that class.
Yes, he was. You're right. My fault. My bad.
But still, that 99 class was really the first class everybody was saying this is going to be the next class of 83, and man, were they all.
Yeah, he was pick 11 in that draft class. Your quarterbacks. I'm pulling up my little list here. Your quarterbacks were 4 pick. That's not the pick. That's not the year. I'm thinking of another year where the Vikings let the time expire.
No, I think that was the early 2000s.
Yes, because they thought they had a trade. So you had the quarterbacks that went with the first 3 in a row again: Tim Couch, Donovan McNabb, and Achilles Smith, who I think got an 8 on his one delay test.
Yeah.
Dante Culpepper at 11, Cade McNown at 12, and for all the knocks that people have about taking Ricky Williams, if we don't draft Ricky Williams, that's your Saints quarterback in 1999, Cade McNown.
I think you're right.
So you have 5 quarterbacks go in that first round, and only 2 panned out, which is about normal.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah, the next quarterback that came off the board after the first round, wow. Sean King in round 2, number 50. And he was famous for the so-called incomplete pass that year. Yeah. Sean King, that was the undefeated Tulane team that he led. So but yeah, that's to me, like you said earlier, when you mentioned, I wanted to bring this up too. Jim Kelly and Steve Young were both in that class of '83, but both of them went to the USFL first. Kelly with the Houston Gamblers, Young with the LA Express. Then Young went to Tampa,
Mm-hmm.
and he was only there for a year before he went to the 49ers. Again, a quarterback going to a place where they can develop him into a useful player, and he becomes a Hall of Famer because he went to the 49ers. Jim Kelly goes to Buffalo once they have the right general manager in there to start assembling a team, beginning with the class 85 and Bruce Smith, to start assembling a team to go ahead and I'm talking to myself to assemble a team that will go to 4 consecutive Super Bowls. If Kelly doesn't go to the USFL and Kelly ends up with Buffalo, where the general manager is not competent, he probably ends up like a Joe Ferguson or maybe a Tim Rattay or one of those quarterbacks that just gets the crap beat out of him instead of being a Hall of Famer. So yeah, it's not just when you get picked, it's what team you get picked or are sent to.
John Hendricks of our Saints News Network just texted me real quick. He said, "Hey, did you have a profile? Did you publish a profile on Kool-Aid?" And I laughed and I said, "No. The pick makes sense to me, but I didn't see it coming." I published profile, and I know you read my work, so you probably already know the number. I published profiles on 78 different players this year, not one cornerback.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I know he's the 3rd-rated cornerback in this magazine, behind Nate Wiggins and Teron Arnold, his teammate in Alabama. I didn't look at corners at all because, just like you, I'm like, this thing's probably not going to take a corner. If they do, they're going to take one late.
Yeah.
And not somebody that people are going to pay much attention to. For what it's worth, the Pro Comp in this magazine, they compare Kool-Aid to Jair Alexander for Green Bay, which is their best corner. So it's hard to disagree with this pick. It really, the more you think about it, it's not a need, but it just really, it's a solid pick if you want to keep this defense elite.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And even though, like I said, I didn't see it coming before. The more we think about it and the more we talk about it, none of us ever thought Marshawn Lattimore was going to get traded in this, leading up to this draft.
Yeah.
But you still have Lattimore's contract situation to deal with after next year. Mm-hmm. Plus Paulson Adebo being a pending free agent. It makes a lot of sense.
It's the kind of pick that the fans claim they want, but when the Saints make it, it bothers them, because it's not a position that's a flashy position. The usual suspects we're actually praising Atlanta for taking a quarterback because they want the quarterback for the Saints.
Right.
They want to get a defensive end, even though that's not a need position, because again, that's a flashy position. Somebody who can generate a lot of sacks, a lot of retention. So, you want to get a Jared Verse or Hunter or one of those kind of players because, hey, look, that's our first round draft pick. Look at him sacking the quarterback. That's an easy picture, easy position to look at. But that's a luxury at this point.
Mm-hmm.
You've got other needs that you have to have. Real quick, do you? I know we've talked about a possible trade up. Is there anybody that's been sliding this whole draft that surprises either of y'all?
Tyler Nubin, who is now off the board, got grabbed by the Giants at 47. I sort of expected Tyler to come off of the board before that. Other than that, I'm looking at the off-ball linebackers, and the four I love: Peyton Wilson, Cedric Gray, Jeremiah Trotter, Junior Colson. 5 if you count Edgar and Cooper from Texas A&M. I'm a little bit surprised. What's that?
Cooper did go.
Oh, all right, my fault. Where'd he go?
He just went a few picks ago. I don't remember. I have to go back and look at the draft as it's unfolding.
I missed the Texans at 42, and I missed Green Bay's at 45 after the trade with the Saints.
Let's see. I saw it, and he may have gone to the Texans, but I'm going to look right now.
But yeah, I mean, even if Cooper is off, I'm a little bit surprised. Jeremiah Trotter with the name and
Packers.
Peyton Wilson.
He went
Packers
to the Packers at 45.
But yeah, I'm surprised Peyton Wilson is still on the board at this stage, and a little bit surprised Jeremiah Trotter is too.
Yeah.
I was about to say A.D. Mitchell, but I see he just got selected.
Yeah, I'll look up and see it too.
I was about to say, like Mitchell surprises me since there was a run on wideouts, but as soon as I was about to open my mouth, how many times has that happened over the years, Bob? I wish we've kept count of that. Is like as soon as we're like, I was really surprised this guy's on the board, and then boom, it happens. So,
I really like this kid. That's kind of who I thought they were going to take in the second round. And when they took the cornerback instead, I was like, well, I'm really disappointed that we didn't get him. I like the pick. One of those I would have loved to have had him too. Hey, why are they showing a Georgia play? Oh, this must have been when he was with Georgia.
Yeah.
Transferred to Texas. Yeah. Don't mind me. I'm just looking up. Because I'm just looking at. I could hear Mel Kiper talking, but I was just surprised they were showing his Georgia footage. But yeah, what? It's frustrating because, like I said, the Saints have several needs, and this is the part of the draft where you really want to get those needs.
Mm-hmm.
I know a physical contested catch receiver. Is kind of a luxury because you've got 3 receivers, but I really wanted to get this kid.
Yeah. Well, and we keep talking about do the Saints have enough draft ammo this year to move into the third round? Mickey Loomis is certainly not shy about trading future assets. I mean, of the 9 picks that the Saints had coming into this draft, only 2 of them were their original selections. Everything else was either a comp pick or picks that they picked up from Denver or Philadelphia. So, I mean, what's that tell you? That tells you that they moved on from their original second round pick. They moved on from their original third, moved on from their original fourth. Why? Because those are moves that they made last year and the year before to get players that they identified and liked. So I could certainly see that kind of thing happening again.
Yeah, and my thing too also is that if there's 2 things the Saints have done well, it's find defensive backs and find receivers.
Mm-hmm.
So we're seeing the names go off the board because the Saints don't have a pick. That doesn't mean they won't find a receiver that we never heard of from some Division II school, much like Rashid Shaheed, much like Deontay Hardy, who didn't get drafted because there's not much footage on him and things like that. And the Saints turn out and get a great player out of that. So it doesn't upset me that it doesn't happen. I'm just a little disappointed because it's somebody I would have really enjoyed seeing as a member of the Saints.
Yeah. And because of the success that they had with Shaheed, from at Weber State, and Deontay from Assumption. I did profiles on Jalen Coker from I watched film. Jalen Coker from Holy Cross, Josh Cephas from Texas San Antonio. A couple, even Jaquan Jackson. I loved his tape. Out of Tulane. But yeah, I mean, it's those kind of players that'll be day 3 picks if they get drafted at all.
That guy Cephas, that's somebody I do have circled to watch to see if he goes undrafted, because boy, he's got Saints written all over him.
He really does.
He really does. And that's the kind of guy I want to see if he goes undrafted, or it could be a 7th round pick. I have made that. I've picked him before in mock drafts at like pick 239. But yeah, he is a Saints kind of receiver.
Well, quickly wanted to address some things in the chat. Blaze Smith says hello to everybody. Hey, thanks for joining us.
Blaze, good luck in your game tomorrow. I know Brendan and I don't know if you'll be joining us too, Alan. You sent a live stream out for fans to tune in. We will be doing our draft-a-thon, so unfortunately we won't be able to tune into your game, but good luck to your team tomorrow.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, my daughter and her friend are probably going to the Pelicans game tomorrow, so I'll kind of have the house to myself again.
The Pelicans. Oh, you guys know I like talking my NBA, but the Pelicans and Zion, the pride of the Carolinas here, cannot stay healthy. And the one time where he's healthy, he's balling out, drops 40 in the play-in game, and then oops.
Yeah.
Biggest moment of his career, time you need him to play. Can't do it.
Yeah. Yeah. It's and because New Orleans is such a football town, they tend to look at the Pelicans in some ways like how you look at an NFL team. You just need to tough it out. You need to play through injuries and stuff, but it's 82 games. And injuries frustrate them, and they want to have the depth of an NFL team, and you really can't do that in the NBA. So there's a bit of frustration when it comes to this. And they had the 4th seed at one point, then Brandon Ingram gets hurt, and then the next thing you're in a play-in, you have a good chance of beating the Lakers, and then he gets hurt. But although the Lakers are about to get swept, so I'm not that upset when I'm playing.
Here we got our tight end, Ben Sinnott from Kansas State.
Okay, it's Sinnott. All right, because this is my comic book side here. There was an old inker named Joe Sinnott. That's how you pronounce his name. He used to ink Jack Kirby on the Fantastic Four. And so every time I saw his name, I'm going, Jolton Joe, but no, Ben. Ben Sinnott. Okay. Yeah,
I want to confirm this for people. Bob and I were talking about this a little bit before you hopped on, Alan, and that is the picks New Orleans has moving forward after the trades. So to recap, the Saints received the 41st pick from Green Bay in exchange for picks 45, 168, and 190. The Saints used the 41st selection on Kool-Aid McKinstry, the corner out of Alabama. So what do the Saints have remaining? For now, the Saints have 5 picks on Saturday, 3 of which are in the 5th round, pick 150, 170, and 175. 1 6th round pick, number 199, and a 7th round pick, 239. As Alan alluded to a little bit earlier, as of right now, the Saints' night is over in terms of draft picks. Now, could that change? Absolutely. But I think it's safe to assume and speak for everybody here, unless the Saints give up future assets, there's no way they're moving here into the latter part of the 2nd round or the early part of the 3rd round. I could see a situation in a stretch where they surrender all 5 picks in day 3 to make a pick at the end of day 2, potentially, but I don't see that being enough unless you're talking about maybe the final pick of the 3rd round.
Mhm.
Yeah, on the draft day chart, they're only worth like 30 points, 25 points, each of those picks a piece. And I think when you get to the 6th and 7th round, they're single digits. They're worth 7 points, 10 points, whatever. So, yeah, adding all that up, you're still not quite you're at the bottom of the 4th round that you can move up to get that. What you would have to do to get into the 3rd round is probably trade a 2nd round pick next year.
Yeah.
And the same is true to get into the 4th round high. You have to trade a 3rd round pick next year to get into near the top of the 4th round. That doesn't mean they won't do it, but I know a lot of people will be upset if that happens, because they're tired of seeing the Saints burn assets. And you'd have to really love a player, that's still there. And I think if they try and burn an asset next year to get into the 4th round, that's where they're going to make a move. Because once again, reset your board. Look who's left. What can we get? This guy's probably going to go early. If I trade up into the 4th round, I can get him. Michael Hall just went to the Browns.
Yeah, I saw that. And I mean, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 defensive tackles have been drafted in the 2nd round. And when I was doing my analysis and publishing my profiles, I sort of figured 2nd and 3rd round would be where a lot of the defensive tackles went. Didn't necessarily expect this many in this short a span. That's a little bit surprising to me. But yeah, we talked on Under the Dome on Tuesday night. You asked me what, other than tackle, offensive tackle, which we've talked about ad nauseum, what other positions I felt had nice depth, and I said without hesitation, defensive tackle for me. We're kind of seeing that play out right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I kept saying as we're getting close to the Saints pick too, I'm like, there's a lot of defensive tackles coming off the board.
Mm-hmm.
That means that the Saints are probably not going to take a defensive tackle, and they may go receiver because those players will be higher rated on their board. Do you think that if the Saints trade back in to, say, the 4th round or the 3rd round, I know it's hard to project because we don't know where the runs are going to happen, but do you think that they're going to go and get another offensive tackle or maybe a guard at this point?
I can see it being an offensive lineman for sure, leaning a little bit towards guard because we've not seen a lot of interior linemen come off the board. One last night, one today, and I felt like end of day 2, end of 3rd round, beginning of 4th is when we're going to start to see the run on guards. Zach Zinter, someone drafted Zach Zinter, right? That was Zach Frazier. Excuse me.
Zach Zinter is somebody I had pegged probably a 4th rounder.
Yeah, same. But you have Zach Zinter, Cooper Beebe from Kansas State, Christian Mahogany from Boston College, Christian Haynes from UConn, Javion Cohen from Miami. I feel like I'm missing somebody. Javon Foster from Missouri is listed as a tackle. I see him moving inside to guard. So, yeah, I think all those guys will be anywhere between end of the 3rd, beginning of the 5th. So if the Saints make a move, I could see it being for one of those guys for sure.
You know, Cooper Beebe is a guy I've had. Oh, there goes Patrick Paul to the Dolphins. Cooper Beebe is a guy that I've kind of had circled as somebody the Saints would burn a future asset to go get.
Yep.
Because it just makes too much sense to put him in there at left guard. You know, yeah, you got Salvadori. Yeah, you signed the guy from Minnesota. But that's a guy that he's young. You kind of want to, you can use him as not as just a temporary piece that might, you want to see if he can do something. No, he's a guy that can come in as a starter, and you put him in right away.
Well, and here's something else. Cooper Beebe played both guard and tackle at Kansas State. Mm-hmm. So that, at least when Sean Payton was here, we always knew that Sean Payton valued versatility in offensive linemen. But with Beebe, you get somebody that, okay, maybe say Trevor Penning doesn't pan out at left tackle again. Maybe you maybe you have the option to move Beebe at left tackle because Saldivari is coming along a little bit faster than what a lot of people expected. So a guy like Cooper Beebe does give you some flexibility, at interior or tackle.
Well, and he's definitely scheme specific, and the scheme he works best in is an outside zone.
Yep.
So that's part of the reason why he's still on the board, is because you try and put him in on a man-on-man offensive system, his lack of arm length, some of his limitations, that starts to show.
Yep.
But in a zone run scheme, he fits very well. So, that's just the way I'm watching carefully and see how far down he goes.
Well, I'm glad you said that too, Bob, because, and we've talked about it a lot because it's been the news this week. How valuable has that sixth offensive lineman been for the Saints over the last few years? And speaking about a guy like James Hurst, who is versatile and can play multiple positions, with that not being there now, you kind of do need a guy who's versatile and play multiple positions. Yeah. A guy like Beebe kind of fits that mold. Even if you don't see him as a day one plug-and-play starter, he's a guy that you have enough faith that could step in and could play and give you a game or two here or there if needed about anywhere on the offensive line. I think the development of Nick Saldivari is a really interesting point, too, when we're talking about these offensive guards. Mm-hmm. Where is he in his development? Obviously, a guy who battled a little bit of injury, a guy that probably didn't have the fullest and truest rookie offseason that you want. How much faith do you have in him and the little bit that you've seen him, on the day-to-day, working out with the team, the little bit of individual work he's done? Where is he? And honestly, Saints coaches might not really know, because it is one thing to watch a guy come in the facility, have the right mindset, do well in individual work, do well in practice, but he hasn't had that full offseason under his grasp. So I think a lot of that too is, how much faith do you have in a guy that you picked last year to come in and truly compete to be a starter in what you could call his rookie season, air quotes, because he didn't play last year?
Well, and it's not only that, but now you're talking about a completely different offensive staff with a lot of that philosophy changing from what we have seen the last few years. So does Saldivari fit what they want to do? I want to hesitantly say yes, because they weren't extremely active on the free agent market when they really could have been. Now, I mean, guards were getting overpaid like crazy, early on, but there's still guys out there. You could bring Andrus Peat back. Dalton Risner is there. Players like that. The Saints had an opportunity to draft one in the second round. Didn't do it. I'm back and forth on Saldivari, though, because I really liked him coming out of the draft last year. So did the Saints, obviously, because they traded to get him in that early fourth round range that we've been talking about. But it has to be a little bit of a concern that even with all the offensive line difficulties that New Orleans had last year, Saldivari couldn't see the field, even when he was healthy. Um, and But by the same token, I think you got to be willing to give the guy a little bit of a red shirt year because he was predominantly a tackle in college at Old Dominion. So you're facing a position change and a severe jump in competition. So I'm like you. I'm interested to find out where the Saints believe he is in terms of his development and fit for the scheme that we know Clint Kubiak and Rick Dennison want to run.
And I'm glad you brought that up about scheme too and the coaching, because I think part of the problem they had last year was that Doug Marrone was an old school kind of coach, getting a guy's face and screaming at him,
Mm-hmm.
wanting a certain type of player coming in who is a physical, slog in the dirt attitude kind of thing. And, I think his coaching, well, first of all, I think his coaching did not work with a guy like Penning. But I
No.
think his coaching also didn't work with a guy like Salvadori, too, who kind of needed more of a teaching situation. He needed to kind of have someone work with him and teach him the position at the NFL level. This is where a guy like Zach Strief really was lost.
Yeah.
Because I think Zach Strief really helped Cesar Ruiz. He kind of bonded. That's why Sean Payton wanted him with Denver, because he really spoke the language of those players. And I think maybe these coaches, even though they're just old school as well, but I think these coaches probably, I'm not going to say probably, definitely will be able to reach these guys a lot better.
Do you think that teaching from a fairly recent player's perspective aspect is the reason why they kept Jari Evans on staff?
Yeah, I do. I don't think Jari is as vocal as Strief was, and I think that's part of the reason why he didn't have that big of an impact. But I think they kept him because this is a potential NFL Hall of Famer. He's on the list to be an NFL Hall of Famer. And he is the kind of guy that's going to go out there and kind of reach these players and have that kind of contact with these players. And getting guys that buy into the system, too, that get success.
Mm-hmm.
These young players need to feel success. I think last year they felt like it wasn't working. No matter what they told me to do, it wasn't working. So they kind of lost confidence and belief in the system. Okay.
I think too, when you keep a guy on the staff who is a multi-time Pro Bowler, not that far removed from the game, it's a lot easier to relate. It's a lot easier to earn the respect to some of the younger guys in the room, some of the veteran guys in the room, even
Mm-hmm.
who may have played against you or with you when you're a guy like Jari Evans.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's a really underrated thing as well. Bob and I kind of opened the show and talked about societal things, and we were talking more so about guys requesting trades and demanding things and wanting things immediately. But another thing with this society, at least people my age, what I'm seeing is it's a lot easier to relate to people that you've seen, right? Like, and this is, it might not just be my generation. It could just be a societal thing. Is it's really hard to relate to a guy that's, trying to teach you something when they did what they're trying to teach you like 50 years ago.
Yeah.
Right. It's a lot easier to be like, you know what? I've actually seen you do what you're preaching.
Mm-hmm.
I've seen it. And I haven't seen it on film. I saw it in person, or growing up. I remember watching, some of those offensive linemen have to go, growing up, I remember watching those, dominant Saints teams, and Jari Evans was a part of it, or Jari Evans was a Pro Bowl lock every year,
Mm-hmm.
during this span. It's a lot easier to be able to go, yeah, I can hear what he's saying and it's going to
Yep.
stick with me and I'm going to respect it. Opposed to somebody who's like, man, you played offensive line in 1978. Like I wasn't even, you know what I'm saying? So I think that's a valuable piece to keep him around as well.
And I hate the fact that people even have that mentality, let alone the number of people that would have that mentality. But I agree with you that generally speaking, I do think that that's the general the general consensus now, and not just in football too. I'm pretty used to be pretty active. In high school and collegiate sports as well, and I saw it developing, or growing, I should say. Even 8, 10 years ago.
That's
Yeah.
true. I mean,
And again, I don't agree with it because my philosophy as a player is I don't care whether you physically did it. If you know what you're talking about and I follow your instructions and it works, I don't care what you did in your the previous chapters of your life.
Well, I think it's a generational thing as well, and this is what Brendan was saying.
Mm-hmm.
There is a bit of the way you have to talk to people now compared to the way that people were talked to when I was growing up, when my parents were growing up. Having someone bark orders at you and you respond, that is definitely a tail end of the baby boomer, Generation X kind of way of growing up. But over the millennial, Generation Z, or whatever they call themselves now, I think and that's what this generation is now. This is Generation Z that is showing up. The millennials are old now, which is weird to think about.
Mm-hmm.
Generation Z
I know,
is
I'm the
now
last year
up.
of those millennials.
Yeah. I mean,
I don't have the Bucks pick at 57. I do have the Packers pick at 58. Javon Bullard, the safety from Georgia.
Oh, interesting. I'm curious if the Bucks take a receiver or one of the linebackers because that's one of the needs they have. But what I was going to say was, these guys, this generation's much more in tune with, well, you're not supposed to talk to me that way.
Right.
You're not supposed to, I want you to treat me as a grown man kind of thing. All those phrases. And so you have to relate to these guys. And it's almost like you have to get down with them and treat them as equals more so than parent or teacher student, which is what I think a guy like Penning and a guy like Salvadori, not saying that's a soft way or a wrong way.
No.
These are guys that they need to feel like, first off, A, you know what you're doing, and B, I need to feel like you're with me on this and helping me become a better player. And if I don't feel that way, I'm shutting down. I'm not going to listen to you anymore. And that's why I'm really excited about the staff, because I think they hired guys, and Dennis Allen knows this. They hired guys to reach this generation of players.
Yeah. Mixed in with veterans who have been on successful staffs or with successful teams before. I agree with you. I love the mix of the offensive coaches.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Okay, here's the Bucks pick. I don't know if you guys might be ahead of me because I'm streaming this, off of DirecTV.
That fits what they need. They lost. They lost their edge rusher. What's it? Shaq this offseason.
Chris Braswell. That's somebody I've been looking at a lot with the Saints.
Yeah.
He's an Alabama player. He's a little undersized for what the Saints like, and he's a little limited. He's not very good. He doesn't have a lot of ass to handle the run. He's only 251, but in the Bucks system, which is kind of a hybrid 3-4, he should work. The question
Yeah.
I have about the question I have about the Bucks is much longer do you think Devin White's going to stay on that team?
I'm a little surprised he's still on the roster, if we're being honest.
Yeah. I know a lot of people are frustrated with him in Tampa because he doesn't play the run, and when he rushes the passer, he's chaotic. He overruns plays. He doesn't have he's got a lot of speed, but he doesn't couple that with good vision.
His vision and his instincts remind me, and he's been a more productive player than the name I'm about to mention.
Oh, I know you're going to say.
I am. Stephon Anthony.
Yeah.
Who, by the way,
Anthony,
I thought was going to be a beast when the Saints drafted him out of Clemson.
And I don't understand why no one could unlock it.
Because it was here.
Definitely.
I heard that even from guys that were close at the Clemson program when he got drafted, was like, dude's an athletic beast. If he could ever put it together in between his ears, he's going to be really good. But it's bad when you're starting to hear that in college. Like if you hear in college, like they're a little slow learner, like they're starting to get it, but it's a little slow. Just to straight up here, like he does not understand basic concepts. Then you're like, okay, you can cover up some of that with athleticism at certain levels of the college game, not at the pro level.
I'll be totally honest with you. When I start looking at players now for the Saints, I throw out statistics. I throw out height, weight, speed, all that stuff. The first thing I look for, high football IQ.
Yep.
Second thing, were you a captain or a leader on your team? Then the third thing I start looking at is production. You were a captain and leader, and then you produce.
Consistently, not just for 1 year.
Right. You're not a one-year wonder. You're not a one-play wonder like a Javon Clowney. You're a guy who has consistently been leader of a team. That's why, the guy we both like, Jackson came from Appalachian State. He fit that profile.
He did.
He was a leader, productive player, and so forth, but it was a small school. So, but yeah. And going back to Kool-Aid McKinstry, he checks all those boxes. Productive player, leader, captain on the team, that kind of stuff.
Shout out to DeMarco Jackson getting some love tonight.
What's that?
I said, shout out to DeMarco Jackson getting some love tonight. Them small school North Carolina boys. We love those guys on this show.
I'll tell you, coming into the draft, and I do like to watch the film that I can get a hold of on smaller school players. I fell in love with DeMarco Jackson. And I really thought the Saints hit a home run when they got him in the 5th round. And I remember telling people, might have even been on our shows, Bayou, Blitz, and Under the Dome, this guy looks like Demario Davis when he plays. Because in addition to the things that you said that you look for, Alan, I watch for that too. When I watch film, players are going to get beat. It happens. Yeah. I want to see how they get beat. If they get beat just because of poor reaction, poor instincts, that's what stands out to me. Sometimes you're going to lose the athletic battle. Sometimes physics are physics, and you're just going to lose out on the strength or leverage battle, or a guy just has an angle on you. If you get consistently beat just because you're not anticipating, that's what stands out to me.
If you look lost out there,
yes,
you went up the field and they cut the play behind you, and you're left looking back at the play, that bothers me. Well, DeMarco Jackson, I got to watch him quite a bit because Appalachian State and UL are in the same division, Sun Belt, and we were trying to beat App State to get to the New Orleans Bowl, and I'm watching Jackson wreak havoc all over UL's offense. I was the same way. I'm like, this is good. This is a kid. He's a big fish in a small pond. This is a kid that's going to do well at the next level. And it just hasn't happened yet. And it's unfortunate because I really, really like this kid. Yeah. I'm looking some of the, the linebackers are not coming off the board. The cornerbacks are not really coming off the board. It's really surprising to me. I guess that's going to be more third and fourth rounders. Look, Bob took off on us.
I tried to take a restroom break and I got beat to the restroom. So I will be taking a quick leave of you guys in a minute. But I heard what you said about the linebackers. Which brings me to a question I wanted to ask both of you guys. We saw the Saints pick up Kool-Aid, a cornerback that none of us believed was an immediate position of need.
Mm-hmm.
Now, this offseason, New Orleans brought in Kalike Hudson, special teams, rotational linebacker, good coverage skills, and Willie Gay, who I had highlighted coming into free agency. But they only have Gay signed to a one-year contract. Pete Werner, just like Paulson Adebo, is in a contract year, and Demario Davis, while we've seen very little decline in his game, he's still 35. And he's played a lot of snaps. So when it happens, it's going to happen quick. So that brings me to the Saints drafted Kool-Aid was sort of an eye to the future. If a Peyton Wilson, Jeremiah Trott, or Cedric Gray, Junior Colson, one of those guys are on the board or within reach to trade up and get, do you do it?
I do it. The Saints have been terrible at drafting linebackers.
Yeah.
I brought this up many, many, many times on different shows. After the Dome Patrol, and really the only linebacker that was drafted out of the Dome Patrol once Mora came in was Patrick Swilling in 86. Ricky Jackson came in 81. And Vaughn Johnson and Sam Mills were both USFL guys. Okay. But after Pat Swilling got drafted in 86, you have to go all the way to 1994, or I'm sorry, 95 for Mark Fields, 96, I think, or 97 for Winfred Tubbs, might have been 96. And that is, and then you get into Anzalone and the current linebackers, to find guys that were productive as linebackers for the Saints that were draft picks. Obviously Vilma, Demario Davis, Vilma was a trade, Demario was a free agent. But yeah, they have not done a good job drafting linebackers, and I don't know why.
No, I don't either. But I mean, the track record is filled with train wrecks. Stephon Anthony was one of the ones that we mentioned. There are plenty of other ones.
The Haslett linebacker era. Cedric Hodge, Colby Buckwalt. You just go down the list. C. Grant. It seemed like Haslett, who was a linebacker, a pro linebacker with the Buffalo Bills, he couldn't even figure out what the position demanded. And quite honestly, because of the growth of the spread offense and because of the way they play defense now in college football, you're not getting good linebackers coming up out of the draft. You're getting a lot of tweeners, and they could either be defensive end or outside linebackers. And that doesn't mean you go to a 3-4 defense, because it's not that kind of tweener.
Right.
It's guys like Zach. He just left the team. I forgot his name already.
Bond, yeah.
Zach Bond. You get guys that are undersized, too small to be an NFL linebacker. I mean, defensive end, and really, they're not complete players to play linebacker.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know what it is. Part of me thinks that this is going to sound funny, but receivers, tight ends, and quarterbacks, those are guys that used to be linebackers going into college.
Yeah, very true.
Tall guys that you put on some weight, they become tight ends now at 6'6", 6'7", 6'4", and you're also seeing the really bendy athletic guys become receivers or quarterbacks that used to be the speed rusher like a Pat Swilling. So it's I can't explain it other than it would be one thing if it was just the Saints that had crappy linebackers, but I see bad linebackers across the league.
Wrapping up, getting close to the end here of round number 2. Bob, is there anybody that you're looking at and going, wow, that could be a really good pick for New Orleans? I know you just kind of posed the question. Is there anybody you'd trade up for? But are you looking at this, the way that this is falling and going, yeah, like the Saints are going to have some options potentially to look at and some real guys to look at about trying to get maybe into the end of the 3rd round? Or do you think that this is truly going to be a 3rd round where we don't hear a peep out of New Orleans?
The guy I'd love to see them go up and get is Jaden Hicks, the safety from Washington State. I've made the comparison several times, including in my article about him. He has I compared him to a Marcus Williams that can tackle. In other words, a rangy safety with great ball skills, and sees the field very well. I think a player like that would allow them, to play a 2-high safety alignment with him and Tyrann Mathieu back there. Gives you even more flexibility with what you can do with your cornerbacks, and maybe drop Jordan Howden into an in the box role. That's on defense. On offense, and we all keep saying tight end. It's becoming increasingly clear in the last 3 or 4 years, or basically since Sean Payton traded Jimmy Graham, that this franchise puts so little value on the tight end spot. I love Jatavian Sanders. I especially love Theo Johnson or Cade Stover. I certainly don't see the Saints being aggressive to try to move up to get those guys, but I'm sort of hoping that if they're on the board later, and fall to the Saints at 150 or perhaps even later than that, that they're intelligent enough to take them. And we've already talked about the guard spot. I spit out a few names. Another kid I really, really like is Brandon Coleman from TCU. Another guy that played tackle, but projects to guard because of that arm length in the pros.
I'm on the tight end bandwagon, and I'm always on the tight end bandwagon because, you look at a guy like Travis Kelce, you look at when Jimmy Graham was in his prime, Gronk. You just go down the list. The Ravens on the clock right now, they're picking, but Mark Andrews, it's such a mismatch when you have a guy who's big and physical, but can run like a deer. Whoa, there goes that tackle that Randy Mueller likes so much. He went in the 2nd round. And
yep, just
had him pegged as a 4th or 5th round guy.
But I mean, to your point, you brought up Kelce, you brought up Mark Andrews. You see what Dallas Goedert has done in Philadelphia, George Kittle in San Francisco, T.J. Hawkinson in Minnesota. Hell, Sam Laporta helped take Detroit's offense to a whole new level last year.
Yes.
I love Juwan Johnson. All 3 of us like Juwan Johnson, but he's not that guy. He's a mismatch at wide receiver in space. He's not that kind of difference-making weapon where you can line him up out wide, put him in the slot, move him in motion, or let him come off the line, and defenses are going to have to account for him wherever he is.
Yeah, exactly. And, we just got finished talking about how bad the linebackers are in the NFL. That's what makes these tight ends even more a threat because they can't match up. So now you have to match up a safety or a corner on these tight ends, and they don't have the size or the length to deal with the pounding. So if you had a linebacker that could cover, then you kind of neutralize that tight end's effectiveness. But we just don't see that. So when you were talking about players that we wanted to see, get a tight end, get a linebacker, get a tight end that can run, and get a linebacker that can cover. Those are the two positions I'm looking at more than anything else.
And to kind of echo that, Bob, is you go and you look at, and we talked about it a lot, like when Jimmy was actually in the games last year, and look at the impact plays he made, just being a mismatch guy. But the Saints, I mean, even the successful years they got out of tight end, it's not like the Saints really threw money at tight ends or drafted guys. Like the Ben Watson years were great, but nobody expected Ben Watson to do that and become, that's really effective. And I stand by this, like borderline Pro Bowler in one of his years in New Orleans. Like could have certainly been voted in as an alternate, or I think should have got some looks there. Kobe Fleener, they threw some money at him, didn't work.
Maybe that's what happened. They tried to throw money at Fleener, and the Butterfingers 87, and that didn't work. So they just decided, okay, F the tight end position. We'll unearth someone.
Yeah, maybe. I do want to bring this up. Just
Good pick.
You said Brandon Coleman. I think it would be fun to have your second Brandon Coleman in
Hell yeah.
black and gold. Just for all the confusion for references and footballreferences.com and all that stuff, to have two Brandon Colemans both play for the New Orleans Saints, I think would be all sorts of fun.
Well, yeah, and people said that BC 16, the original Brandon Coleman, was valued for his blocking ability. Now you can bring in someone who actually plays a blocking position.
It's funny talking about Brandon Coleman and confusing names. They did a thing about Cameron Jordan and Jordan Cameron, the former tight end who had to retire because of concussions. And I really, really wanted the Saints to get Jordan Cameron just to watch the announcers screw up. Go. And that was Cameron Jordan. I mean, Jordan Cameron on the sack. Yeah. Boy, the Chiefs really are nailing this draft again.
Yeah, they are. All right, gentlemen, I am running to the restroom. I will be back.
Okay. You don't have to run. You can walk.
Oh, no, I got to run.
Yeah, at least he was being honest, right?
There we go. He's got to run. He doesn't have the run, so that's good. But, yeah, the Chiefs got Xavier Worthy. They've made good trades. They've got Xavier Worthy, the fastest receiver in the draft, and they got who I felt was probably in the top 10 offensive tackles available to BYU tackle. And I wanted Bob to pronounce his name properly, but, which fills a big need for them again. Let me see. I want to make sure I say this guy's name correctly. It's Kingsley. I knew somebody named, I have a friend named Kingsley Sua Matea, I think is how you say this name. 6'6", 325. Just a massive guy. This magazine has him rated as the third best tackle. Most of the other publications I've seen having like 7th, 8th tackle, which at the bottom of the second round, that's a great pick.
Absolutely. And, the one thing that I think a lot of people have concerns when it comes to Kansas City is, like a lot of dynasties, and especially dynasties now, is how the hell are you going to pay everybody, right? Yeah. You're going to have to let people go. And now you have some other, and we talked about it a little bit yesterday when we were talking about their pick for receiver is, you don't have Tyreek Hill now. Rashid Rice gets into some trouble. And, Kelsey's getting older. How do you kind of reload or retool the roster to make sure you're still competitive? And you're absolutely right. Through the first 2 picks of this draft, they've hit immediate needs. That should just help them get better. A team that just came off of a Super Bowl, and we talked about how hard it is to three-peat, but looking on paper, make sure Bob gets that later. Somebody in the chat, make sure Bob adds that to the list later. But on paper, this is a team that should absolutely be contending for another Super Bowl next year. I want to go back because we were just talking, Brandon Coleman, or as Bob said, BC16, the original Brandon Coleman, who got so much praise for blocking. The only thing I remember, one of the few things I remember of his draft for New Orleans, is that he was projected to be like a high day 3 pick.
Yeah.
And he fell. And the Saints got him undrafted, and a lot of people liked him, but it was one of those, he had all the intangibles, but he couldn't catch.
Yeah, he was supposed to be the Marcus Colston clone. Right,
and it did not work. And I think Bob's back now.
I am.
Bob, you gotta add on paper to the list when you get a chance. I said it while you were gone. Talking about the Chiefs, on paper should at least looking at the roster, should compete again next year. They just had a great pick.
Well, I mean, they'll compete as long as Patrick Mahomes is the quarterback and Roger Goodell is the commissioner. It's that simple, no matter who's on the roster.
All right, so that's another. Bob, I don't even know if you got your notepad out there. That's another one you got to add for Goodell.
I'm tallying it up. I got to add, and on the paper, I got to add another cigarette on air, and I got to add a Roger Goodell reference and a cup of coffee.
Well, it was Kingsley, the BYU tackle, Kingsley Suamatea. Is that how you say his name? I'm not even sure.
I don't know. That was one of the players I hope the Saints didn't draft, so I didn't have to learn how to pronounce his name.
Okay. Well, I have him. He was ranked in the top 10 of tackles.
Yep.
Lindy's had him at number 3. I think Athlon had him at 5. I've seen other things putting him around 7 or 8. But bottom of the second round, you got a top tackle. You've made 2 good trades to come up and get your guy. They traded with the 49ers, basically swapping positions. There's Zach Zittner right there. This is Mel's best offensive lineman. But yeah, you got the fastest receiver, and you got one of the top 10 tackles, and you're picking the bottom each round. It's a good solid draft, and yeah, some people can say the rich get richer.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it. And you talk about Kingsley. When I've been telling people that I thought that this tackle class could go 7 or 8 deep with potential starters, I was including Kingsley and Patrick Paul, who we saw go a handful of picks earlier in the second round. I never wanted to see the Saints wait until the second round to get their tackle because it was too much of a risk. But yeah, I mean, you're right. The Chiefs and their offensive line is getting older. It's a good pick for them on paper.
So I don't know if y'all talked about this or not earlier in the show before I jumped in, but had the Raiders not taken Bowers, Dennis Allen admitted that there was going to be a conversation in the war room whether to take a tackle or take Bowers at 14. If the Raiders would have taken the Saints tackle, just flip the picks. As they take the tackle, the Saints would have taken at 14, and Bowers is left. Do you go ahead and pull the trigger on Bowers? And because let's assume they can't trade down, but do you go ahead and pull the trigger on Bowers and then maybe try and pick up one of these tackles in the second round?
Yeah, you go ahead first, Brendan, before I answer.
Bob and I kind of talked about this the other night too, on the potential before the board fell the way that it did.
Yeah.
Was there's not a shot in hell that this team goes another direction because Canal Street, Bourbon Street, all the streets would have been full packed of angry people.
Yeah.
And Poydras, Canal, Bourbon. You guys can name some other spots, but they would have all been full of people that were just pissed off Saints fans.
Yeah.
You couldn't do that to yourselves, and it goes to a meme that has become more and more popular over the years, and it's like option A or option B. And option A is Carr drops back to pass, has a good offensive line, but like nobody to throw to at the tight end position, or option B where Bowers is wide open in the end zone, but Derek Carr's flat on his ass because he has nobody to block for him. So that was kind of the situation. It was like, you know what? I'd rather have Carr upright and not have like a true like tight end than draft a tight end. As much as I love Brock Bowers, and you guys watching and who have been watching know how much I love Brock Bowers, and I had put him on a pedestal as the greatest tight end prospect of all time.
You really did.
I really think he's going to be a hell of an NFL tight end. And not just this guy. Like, I don't think he's going to be this guy that's like breaking and like shattering receiving records. But I think we look back and go, this guy could do everything, and do everything at an elite level, which we don't see at the tight end position anymore either. But no, they had to go tackle. It didn't matter. And the conversation needs to happen, and that's the smart thing to do is talk it out.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way they could have avoided taking a tackle in the first round.
Yeah, I feel much like you do. But go ahead, Bob. I know you and I have talked about this because I presented this scenario Tuesday night.
Yeah, and I agree with both of you guys. And we even painted that scenario as we were approaching pick 14 last night. If a Brock Bowers is on the board, you might want to lynch yourself for passing on him, but you have to, because you simply have nobody to protect your quarterback. And if Carr goes down, what are your options? An unproven Jake Hayner, Nate Peterman, or Kellen Mond? Enough said. The only thing, and this would have pissed Saints fans off too, the only thing that you might have done was take Bowers at 14 and trade whatever you have to get to get back in the last half of the first round, jump ahead of what would have been the Cowboys to grab a Tyler Guyton or grab a Patrick Paul or Kingsley, the kid that just went to Kansas City. But before the end of the first round, because as I told people, you cannot wait until 45 because there's no guarantee those guys would be there. Now, it turned out two of them were, but you don't know that.
Right. And what I said on the show, too, was that the difference between a guy that you take in the first round in the top 15 picks versus the guy you take at 45 is a lot like the difference between taking a Willie Roaf and maybe I'm trying to think of a good comparison because I don't want to just say, Penning, because we don't know what Penning can be. But then between a Willie Roaf and say Jamal, not even Jamal Brown, but someone that's a step below that. Maybe an Andres Pete is probably a good comparison. You get a serviceable tackle, but you don't get a good tackle. And you're probably looking again at, I need to upgrade from this guy because as this was the issue I had when we got once Alt and the Penn State tackle were gone, I said, man, we're starting to get into that second level. All the Jets just took Corley, the receiver from Western Kentucky.
That was a Saints man crush.
Yeah, sure was. But he's 5'11", 210. I mean, he's kind of redundant because you kind of have guys like that.
Yep.
Too many people are in love with speed.
Mm-hmm.
We've got Al Davis, instead of getting the Michael Thomas kind of receiver, they want to get the speed guy because he can outrun everybody. But back to what I was saying earlier, that's why you had to pass on Dallas Turner. That's why you had to pass on Jared Verse, even though both are going to be great players. You just can't ignore need, and you don't have that need. So, I mean, you have a need. You don't have the space to make up for that lack of need.
You said you can ignore a need.
No,
I will present
can't
you about
ignore
10
needs.
teams that have ignored needs for a decade,
Yeah,
and
I
that's why
know.
they are where they are. But in this situation, you're right. The Saints could not ignore it.
Yeah.
And that's where I think the Saints ultimately landed. I do want to get this in because this might be one of the greatest press releases I have seen in a long time. So I will share it with you. This shared from our friend Luke Johnson. He gets an email that says, "Hi, Luke. Oh, yeah. Go Saints. Kool-Aid McKinstry is officially bringing his defensive skills and off-the-chart smile to New Orleans. And to celebrate, Kool-Aid, the all-American beverage brand, bringing smiles to faces for decades, is launching Black Cherry Blitz, Kool-Aid's first limited edition flavor in over 3 years, specially created as a nod to McKinstry's favorite flavor."
Love it.
You know,
So there you guys go. Go get some Kool-Aid. Drink the Kool-Aid.
I haven't drank Kool-Aid since college, I think. And black cherry was one of my favorite flavors too.
Yes.
So black cherry, you know what that means, Bob? If Kool-Aid has got a black cherry Blitz flavor, we got to bring the black cherry Blitz to the Bayou Blitz.
Yeah, we do.
That's what we got to do. Maybe we'll be getting some Kool-Aid here soon. But I thought that was, you know what? He's gonna have so many marketing opportunities.
If I'm in the Superdome and I'm running the sounds, I'm playing the music and the sounds. Every time Kool-Aid makes a play, a tackle, an interception, I'm getting the Kool-Aid voice going, "Oh yeah!"
Yep.
You know, booming over the thing. I mean, one of the best. And this is again, I'm revealing my age. Do y'all remember Lito Shepherd, the defensive back for the Eagles?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so every time Lito Shepherd made a play, the Eagle fans would go, "Lito, whoa, whoa, whoa," you know, from the old Boss Skaggs song. And yeah, I'm just totally revealing my age because Brendan's looking at me like, I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
No idea.
Yacht rock extraordinaire musician. But yeah, that was a song, Lido Shuffle, and the fans would all chant that because it was a popular song in the early 80s. Album, I think, was Silk Degrees was the name of the album.
Back in Levon Kirkland, when he played for the Pittsburgh Steelers, it was back in the old Three Rivers days, whenever he would make a play, the loudspeakers would play Elton John's song.
Levon, yeah.
Yeah.
One of my youngest daughters, one of her favorite songs from Elton John. Yeah, I made my kids listen to old music, so they have that expanded taste in music.
Yeah,
well, two of them do.
We're going the same. It's the same thing with Will, and Brandon Coleman just went to the Washington, whatever they want to call themselves this week.
Yeah.
Which Brandon Coleman? I'm just.
It said G and not OG, so I'm assuming that's the TCU Brandon Coleman.
Yep. Yep. Oh well. This is the things Washington has to do, though.
Yeah.
To protect and keep this quarterback upright, because you don't want to go through another RG3 situation, which you very well could if you don't protect him. You spent a lot on Jalen Daniels, getting him on your team. You need to build your offensive line up to protect him. You need to give him some more weapons to throw to. Although I love the Washington receiver from Ohio State.
Oh yeah. Yeah, if you recall, guys, this is where I said, sometime in the third round is where I expected the guards to start coming off.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see if Brandon Coleman kind of triggers what we saw last round with the defensive tackles and the defensive backs.
Yeah, we live in a strange universe. The Jets and the Commanders both are making rational picks.
Yeah. That's one of the 7 signs of the apocalypse, I think.
Oh, probably so. And the funny thing is, it's the Falcons that are really making the bizarre picks,
Yes.
which I'm not upset about in the least.
No.
Yeah, you guys out there, the over 260 of you watching us live, thank you guys so much for that.
Yeah.
Check in on your Falcons friends, like Falcons fans friends. Say that a couple times fast. Check up on them because they're going through it. And for me, who went to high school right across the street from the Falcons training facility.
Oh, Flowery Branch.
Good old Flowery Branch, Georgia. That's right. Bonus points to either of you. I highly doubt it, but bonus points to either of you if you could name the greatest football player to come out of Flowery Branch High School. But Bob's like, absolutely not. No chance. No chance of God.
I
see that. Kool-Aid on
Kool-Aid
the Superdome.
on the Superdome, yeah. They have it red with the Kool-Aid face.
I saw Rich Eisen said, there's going to be a new drink on Bourbon Street, and it's called Kool-Aid. So I was like, oh, man, there's going to be a lot of marketing opportunities. But for all of you guys...
I don't know if you can make this one out. It's an old football player, and it says, Michael Penix, by the time Kirk Cousins' contract expires, he can finally start.
Jokes that are going to be made, but those Falcons fans are really going through it down there.
Oh yeah,
I have plenty to check up on. Your answer for greatest player to come out of Flowery Branch High School, one career NFL start at quarterback, but the winningest quarterback in South Carolina history. It is Connor Shaw. For all of you college football buffs.
Had a hell of a career at Michigan State. I missed who the Patriots grabbed at 68 overall.
announced on ESPN yet. So.
But I know the Chargers went Junior Colson, the linebacker from Michigan. So maybe those off-ball linebackers start coming off the board too.
How many picks do the Panthers have this
year? Oh,
week?
God. They've made so many trades. I can't even keep track.
They're coming up. They have the 8th pick of the 3rd. The Falcons have the 10th pick of the 3rd. I'm just looking for NFC South teams here. Tampa's got the 26th pick, the 29th pick of the 3rd, and that should do it for the NFC South, at least for now. More, I'm sure, is coming.
Yeah, I'm looking at some of the best players available, Mel's best players available. Cooper Beebe's still on the board. That's probably Peyton Wilson, number 6. Waiting for this thing's taking its time. Christian Hayes, UConn guard, is still out there. Junior Colson, a linebacker from Michigan. Yeah, there's a little bit of talent out there still.
Did you say that Zach Zinter, someone nabbed him?
I think they did. I did not see that player go off the board, but he's not in the best available anymore.
Okay.
So, let me look and see.
I didn't think I missed any picks in the second round. I know we were late announcing some of them on the stream.
No, he has not gone yet. He's still out there.
Oh, no. That was Zach Frazier. Went to the Steelers
Zach
at 51.
Went, but Zach Zitner's still out there. He's just not in the best. His top available must have been his best available interior players that I saw that list. Because it's rotating. You know, it'll say Mel's best available, then he'll have it broken down by position.
You think the Patriots go wide receiver here for their new quarterback? Troy Franklin, Tez Walker is still there.
Yeah, I think they do. Because they need to give this kid some talent.
Yeah.
I think that the Patriots may end up being one of the more interesting teams to follow over the next couple years. And I say that not because they have a boatload of talent. I say that because this was a team that was dominant for so long. And going from that dominance to, okay, Tom Brady's gone, but then they drafted Mac Jones and there was some hope. And then Belichick leaves. And that was a little that breakup was, I think, a little weirder than people thought it was going to be and anticipated it to be. Belichick's doing a pretty good job on TV, by the way, at least in my opinion.
My dad watching him.
But like this isn't like a retool. This is a full on rebuild.
Oh yeah.
And I don't think it's going to be a quick rebuild. Like I think this is going to take a while. You're going to go back to those Patriots days when they were bad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, there are two positions in football that you don't want to replace a legend. That is a coach and a quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
And they got to do both.
Yeah.
And honestly, Mac Jones was bad, but I want to give him a little grief because it's not like he had anybody on the roster.
No.
No offensive line, no running game, no wide receiver.
They took a tackle.
I saw that Penn State.
It to me, you were the head coach for 25 years, essentially, a quarter of a century with the Patriots. So this is an identity shift too. This team was reflective of Bill Belichick's identity. It was defensive oriented. You had an elite quarterback for most of that time that really executed the offense at a level unheard of. Okay. Because it's a very simple offense. It's an offense Belichick learned when he's with the Giants in the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
So that was part of the problem that they had, was now that you had Tom Brady out, trying to run that offense didn't work. And they just had not been drafting very well because Belichick had his certain kind of players he liked.
Yep.
And you're talking an entire 25 years, an entire generation, totally different kind of players coming in.
Yep.
And I think that was where Belichick kind of lost his grip with these guys. He could not reach these guys the way he reached the players of the early 2000s. And I think that's why he didn't get a job either. Despite being the winningest active coach in NFL history.
Well, did you guys see those it was an odd report. I want to say it was an ESPN report. I could be wrong. But that he was the favorite for the Atlanta job.
Mm-hmm.
But Atlanta called Robert Kraft called Atlanta or something. They got in contact somehow, and Kraft warned them not to bring him in. Like that speaks volumes. Whether it was to throw some shade on Belichick, but I think it speaks volumes on how bad and we knew the relationship.
Mm-hmm.
Like Brady, Belichick, and the Kraft family. Like we knew it wasn't good at all in that weird love triangle.
There goes Colson.
But
yeah, we announced that pick a few minutes ago. That's a good pick for the Chargers. Well, I mean, he played at Michigan. Harbaugh is their coach now. I could see that's a natural fit. New York Giants at 70 are going to select Andrew Phillips, the cornerback from Kentucky.
Colson's probably saying, I can't get away from that son of a bitch.
Yeah, right.
But, going back to what Brendan was saying a second ago, yeah, I totally agree with that. And the other thing I read, Arthur Blank wanted him to be the head coach, but Belichick demanded that they fire everybody in the front office and he be the sole voice in the front office and have all his people in there. And it's, to me, I'm not doing that because I've already seen what you did with all your people in New England. I don't need that here. I'm trying to win. And how long are you going to stay? You're in your 70s. And you want your 17 or 16 wins, whatever the number is, to pass Don Shula. That's not a long-term project you're building in Atlanta. You're just going to squeeze out enough wins and then say, I'm retiring.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'll tell you what, as soon as there's a as soon as there's a playoff contender that has a slow start and fires their head coach, the first guy who will get a phone call is Bill Belichick. A little further on the Atlanta thing, though, too. And business is business, don't get me wrong, but I think a lot of times it is undervalued the people who are running that business. And I can say, growing up in that area, Arthur Blank has way too big of a heart to just go, hey, front office, you're gone.
Yeah.
Arthur Blank does way too much for the community, has his hands in way too many things to give himself that kind of reputation this late in his career as an owner, of just being like, whoa, Arthur Blank, you just built another hospital in Atlanta. That's great. But you did just lay off your entire front office of the Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah.
So I think that probably has something to do with it too. Wanted to share as more stuff is coming out with the Saints pick. So how did Kool-Aid get his name?
Before you do, Giants are about to announce that Andrew Phillips selection at 71 in the third round. The Arizona Cardinals are going to select offensive tackle Isaiah Adams from Illinois.
So this coming from Erin Summers. You guys might know her from reporting on NewOrleansSaints.com. Erin and I actually worked together with college basketball here in the Carolinas before she got the Saints job. So very happy for Erin and everything she's doing out there in New Orleans now. But this comes from Erin. Kool-Aid gets his name from his grandmother, who said he was born smiling and he had a quote-unquote Kool-Aid smile. It's stuck ever since. No one calls him by his actual name, JaQuincy.
Unless you have red lips and red teeth from cherry Kool-Aid, I don't know what a Kool-Aid smile is.
I'm assuming because, like, you know, the commercials and the oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that's
the Kool-Aid pitcher. The pitcher itself with the dots and the big smile with the cheeks. I guess that's the only way you can come up with that.
Yeah, and the cheeks. I guess that gets lost on me because of the Family Guy memes when the Kool-Aid Man breaks through the wall. I'm paying more attention to what's actually going on in the Family Guy scene.
But yeah, I did see that that's where his name came from, just like Ironhead. His name came from because he's such a hard head, and it was like an iron head. So, that's why would you not call him this? I mean, it's a great nickname. And one of the things I was thinking about, in this NFL that is 24/7 and is so, I don't know how to describe it other than just so much of the spotlight on it all the time. You really don't see the characters anymore in the NFL, in the great nicknames that you used to hear from players as late as the 70s and early 80s. Looking at the Raiders, Jack Tatum was the assassin.
Mm-hmm.
One of their cornerbacks was Dr. Death. Ken Stabler was Snake. They called their defense the 11 Angry Men. The steel curtain for the Steelers. The doomsday defense for the Dallas Cowboys. You don't get those really creative nicknames anymore like you used to.
Right.
The last, I think, nickname for a position was the Legion of Doom, Legion of Boom from Seattle.
Yeah, I mean, Denver tried to make the no-fly zone their run to Super Bowl 50, and that caught on so, but not to the level that the Legion of Boom, even, let alone the other names that you spit out there: Dome Patrol, Purple People Eaters, and all the rest.
So what would you nickname this Saints defense? Like this secondary, which some people on Twitter are already calling the best secondary in football after the pick. Alontae Taylor also tweeted out that he liked the pick, for whatever that's worth to you guys. If you had to come up with a creative nickname, throw it in the chat as well. If you guys had to come up with a creative nickname for the secondary, what would it be?
Well, listen, if they want Bayou Blitz, Brendan, and I think you and I should be willing to sell it to them for the right price, along with along with guest appearances, by every member. of said Bayou Blitz. But I mean, best secondary in football, that's not a stretch. I said several times last year that I thought the Saints had the deepest cornerback room in the NFL, and that was before the addition of Kool-Aid and before Isaac Yiadom, had his mini breakout year. So yeah, I think that this. I'll put it this way: I defy anyone to show me a better NFL secondary right now.
I'm with you.
You
I'm
know,
with you.
part of what makes a memorable nickname is the reference to something that's in popular culture.
Yeah.
And because of social media and so forth, and streaming and everything else, we don't have kind of a united culture like this anymore. The Steel Curtain, of course, references the old Iron Curtain of the communist Asia. Purple People Eaters references an old, song from the 60s. Doomsday was just a great name. Legion of Boom references the old Super Friends cartoon Legion of Doom. So it's got to be something like that. That's where the best nicknames come from. And I don't know. I can't think of one that people would just latch on to.
No.
Top of my head, no. And that would be a good contest giveaway right there on Twitter or something.
Yeah.
You guys, people submit their best nicknames for the Saints secondary, and we sit and we pick our favorite one. We give something away. I totally forgot to give away the Funko today because the Saints traded out of 45. So,
Jeff Nowak. Jeff Nowak just posted this on Twitter. New Saints cornerback Kool-Aid, you probably mentioned this already, but Kool-Aid McKinstry said via WWL that after his meeting with the Saints, he called his mom and told her, man, that conversation, that was real. So this was not, he said he also met personally with DC Joe Woods, defense coordinator Joe Woods, throughout the process. Clearly a guy they had a big target on. So this was not so much a surprise pick. This was somebody that the Saints really had circled. And, a guy that they definitely wanted to get. They were going to try and figure out a way to get him.
I saw that Ian Rappaport threw out there that Dennis Allen was shocked that he fell that far and did not expect him to be available anywhere close to where they were selecting the second round. So I guess, and Bob and I talked about this too before you got on, like when you target a guy, when there's a guy that you want, it's not one of those you trade up and you're like, oh, we really need a whatever. Let's go get a whatever. It's you really have a guy you want. And clearly New Orleans wanted this guy and they went and moved some things around to make sure they got him. And that's kind of what I'm looking at here as we're what? Somewhere in the third round. Are we about halfway through the third round?
The first half of the third round, yeah.
Almost. The Panthers just grabbed Trevin Wallace, the Kentucky linebacker, with the 72nd overall pick.
And again, I got to keep bringing up Atlanta. This is the thing that when they're trying to spin it now, with this was a good decision to take a quarterback in the first round. And Bob and I talked about this earlier, and for those who might have joined in late, I'm going to kind of recap it. But here we just talked about Kool-Aid, the Saints meeting with him, targeting, planning to get him. Same with the offensive line, planning to get this guy. What can we do to get him? The Falcons acted like they were surprised that.
Sorry to interrupt you. Our guy Cooper Beebe is about to come off the board to the Dallas Cowboys.
Well, they're going to ruin him.
Yeah.
Because what I was saying earlier about knowing what kind of system you have to run to make him a successful player, they're going to try and put him in this man blocking scheme, and he's going to struggle.
Yep.
So Dallas is going to Dallas. This is Jerry Jones looking at the stat sheet. Oh, he went to Kansas State. They were in the NFC champ. Oh, no, I'm sorry. They were in the playoff system a few years ago. No, that's TCU. Never mind. Forget it. Forget what I was going to say.
They knocked off TCU though in the conference title game.
Yes, they did. That's why I'm thinking of TCU. But yeah, he's like, oh, they're a winner. They're a good team. This is a big guy. We got another Larry Allen here. It's Great Wall of Dallas. We got another Nate Newton. Here we go. We're going to put him in there. And it's like, no, he's very scheme specific, you know? All right. That's Dallas. But what I was saying earlier about Atlanta, you know, you have to have a plan. This is what I want to do. This is the player I want to get. How are we going to get him? If he falls to us, what do we do? And to me, just like we were talking about the tackles, if you already committed all this money to Cousins, you don't make that pick because you have needs that you don't have players for. The Falcons still don't have this better be a defensive end for the Falcons.
You'd think.
Because they don't have an edge rusher. They still don't have an edge rusher.
They took an edge rusher.
They did take an edge on this one?
Braylon Trice out of Washington.
I was just going to ask you, guess that pick. There were some that had Braylon early in the draft process as a potential first rounder.
You know,
I like Braylon Trice a lot.
It's going to be interesting to see how Atlanta uses him because they run a 4-3. And he is an undersized. In fact, they called him a linebacker in here. He's 6'3", 245.
Mm-hmm.
He's more built like a stand-up linebacker. So I'm curious if they're going to try and use him and Caden Ellis as stand-up outside linebackers and kind of go to a hybrid 3-4 defense on pass rushing to make this guy productive.
Well, I mean, that could be. Raheem Morris has had success with that type of system and those hybrid type of edge rushers in the past.
Because you took two big guys. You've got the big guy from Clemson this year, and you've got what's his name from the only decent defensive lineman they got in Atlanta. I mean, they still have Onyemata, but the big guy is it?
Is Grady still there? Grady Jarrett?
No, not Grady Jarrett. What is his name? Maybe it is Grady Jarrett I'm thinking of. I'm gonna look him up here.
I think Grady Jarrett still is in Atlanta.
Yeah, it could be Grady Jarrett I'm thinking of. Yeah. They don't even have him listed on the roster. They've got this can't be right. This can't be right, but I don't see him listed on there anymore. So maybe he is gone. Because they have it listed as a 3-4 defense, 2 outside linebackers and 2 defensive tackles. David Onyemata, one of them. Yeah, they've got it's a mess. I don't like this. This is the Atlanta website too. Atlanta Falcons website, and I can't figure this thing out.
Are you surprised though?
No, they do everything incompetent. They're incompetent across the board. You know, and that's the thing too. They gave up 48 points to the Saints last year in the final game, and they're finally getting around to drafting defensive players in the second and top of the third round.
I want to address some questions here in the chat, guys. Hemisphere, who is a regular of the show, says, "Hello, everyone. What did you think about the Saints moving up to grab a cornerback?" We've talked about this a little bit. I guess I'll start. I think the biggest thing is One, it's a first round talent. Alan had mentioned that Kool-Aid had referenced how well his meetings with the Saints went. He's a great man-to-man press type of cover corner that fits the Dennis Allen system really well. And also the potential of, moving Alontae Taylor to safety, which was a possibility and something we talked about 2 years ago when Taylor was drafted by the Saints. So I like the move. It doesn't fit an immediate need, but it is one of those best players available, a guy that you had rated really high on your board, probably did not expect him to fall. And you said, you know what, screw it. Let's go get him.
Yeah, I like the pick. I know this has set off all the alarms that Marshawn Lattimore is probably either going to get traded soon or this is his last year with the Saints. That's very likely, but that doesn't mean it's not going to happen right now. I think that the Saints are going to try and mend fences with Lattimore because remember, Lattimore it seems to want out or is frustrated a little bit. He's still in a contract, and the Saints would take a hell of a cap hit to try and move him right now. But this is planning for life post Lattimore, planning for life maybe post Adebo if Lattimore buys in and he wants to stay. But this gives the Saints front office a lot of flexibility. You've got a high quality first round talent defensive back that you're plugging into the system. And at worst, you've got 4 elite cornerbacks, which is a damn good thing to have in a pass-oriented league that we're in right now.
Yeah, I agree. And with what you guys said, I concur. It might not fit an immediate need, but his addition instantly upgrades your secondary even further, especially the coverage aspect of it, which is what your secondary needs to do best. I think that Kool-Aid's addition, because of his coverage ability, I'm not even good.
Player.
Yeah.
You were asking me earlier about if there's any UL players that were really good in the NFL other than, Jake Delhomme. Peanut Tillman, he came from UL.
Yeah, that's right.
Star player for the Chicago Bears.
But yeah, I mean, Kool-Aid with that man-to-man coverage ability, very smooth athlete. There's not too many people that are going to outrun him or fake him out of his shoes because he's an extremely agile athlete as well. But it gives you options, with Alontae Taylor. It's a pick. I'm convinced it's a pick with just as much an eye to the future, not so much the possibility of trading Marshawn Lattimore, but also prepares you for not only that on the outside chance that happens, but also if you cannot re-sign Paulson and Debo next year. So I think it strengthens an already strong unit, and I don't think it's hyperbole by saying that the Saints secondary certainly one of the strongest unit overall on this team, and one of the strongest units at any position in the National Football League.
Denver's on the clock right now, and you probably already know what the pick is because I'm so far behind. But Sean Payton took Bo Nix. We've talked about the quarterbacks ad nauseum. Where do they go from here with the Broncos? How much rope do you think that Payton has now?
I think Payton has a ton of rope. I think Payton has a ton of rope. He has his quarterback. Wouldn't surprise me if he went receiver here, but I'm feeling defense. I think he's going to take one of those off-ball linebackers to kind of run whatever they're going to do defensively. Jeremiah Trotter. We know Payton loves NFL bloodlines. Jeremiah Trotter makes sense here.
I'm going to ask you guys this too. Calvin throws it in the chat. We're not going to give up a first-round pick. We're not going to give up a.
Sorry to interrupt you. I was right about Peyton loving his bloodlines, but he didn't go Trotter. He went Jonah Ellis, younger brother of some guy named Caden Ellis, who used to play for Sean Payton.
How about that?
Wow. Okay. But go
Calvin
ahead.
asked, we ain't give up a first next year yet to get back in this draft. No, the Saints have not surrendered any future assets at this point. There we go. Got that out. Ricky asked if Bowers was available. Would that have been the move? We kind of talked about that consensus without going in that whole conversation again. For all of us, we said no. It was tackle all the way. But if Bowers was there, it had to be a conversation. And you may have regretted not taking him later because of how talented he is. If you joined us the other night or even just within the last hour, I've called him the greatest tight end prospect of all time. I love him, but the need at tackle was so high. I don't think it mattered who was there. You had to take a tackle. Did you guys see that Sean Payton alluded to baiting the Vikings into taking McCarthy and that Nix was his guy the whole time? Does that sound like a Sean Payton thing to say out loud?
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, yeah. Go find that clip if you haven't seen it yet.
When Sean was out,
Raiders are going Delmar Glaze, the offensive tackle from Maryland. I like this kid a lot, too.
Who is the Raiders quarterback? Is it still going to be Aiden O'Donnell?
No. What's his name? Gardner Minshew signed there, I believe.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm surprised. Not that surprised, but I am somewhat surprised the Raiders have not looked for a quarterback yet. I know there's not much left out there. You've got Pratt from Tulane. You're not really getting much of an upgrade compared to what you already have in the room. But it's really surprising to me when we were talking about all these quarterbacks going off the board that the Raiders, I know they felt like the odd man out once the Falcons took Penix, because that's probably who they had their eye on. It's really strange because we got a trade here. The Eagles traded their pick to the Texans. All right. Every time a trade comes up, I'm looking to see if the color changes to gold. See if the Saints are trading back in. It's interesting to see what the Raiders are doing. It looks like they're building really their front offensive and defensive line, and they're just going to try and roll with a quarterback until they can find a good one.
Well, and if you are, I think the Raiders are in a better position with Gardner Minshew than the Vikings were in, say, with Sam Darnold, or the Broncos were in with Zach Wilson. I think you can win games with Gardner Minshew if you have a solid supporting cast. Now, unless all these draft picks are immediate stars for the Raiders, you don't have a solid supporting cast. But I'd still take Gardner Minshew over Sam Darnold and Zach Wilson any day of the week.
Yeah. Both the Broncos and the Vikings, pretty like we were talking about the Saints, pretty much making it impossible not to take anything but a tackle. The Broncos and the Vikings pretty much made it impossible to not take anything but a quarterback, because there was no way you could go out there with those guys starting for you. They're just you're already tanking in the season before the season even starts with those guys. You've seen those guys out there. The Colts almost made the playoffs with Gardner Minshew.
Right.
The Jets were horrible with Zach Wilson. He got benched twice with the Jets. And Sam Darnold, we've already seen him with the Jets, with the Panthers. People make fun of Nathan Peterman, but those are just higher end versions of Nathan Peterman.
Basically, yeah.
Not wrong.
Okay, the Texans, their pick is in, and of course we're still in commercial break on ESPN. Have the Texans made their pick?
Not that I've gotten notified, but I do know that at 79, the Falcons traded out of to Indy. So the Texans at 78 and Indianapolis at 79 are the picks I'm waiting to see.
Okay. Was the Falcons or Arizona?
I think it was Arizona after that trade the Falcons made before.
Okay, yeah, because it's Arizona still listed on ESPN. Because we're getting close here. If the Saints are going to try and jump into the third round by probably burning a second round pick, this is about where they would jump in.
Yeah, I agree. And coming into the third round, and Brendan and I talked a little bit about it before we went on the air. Before all the trades, Arizona had 3 third-round picks. Washington had 3 third-round picks. So those are teams, especially Washington. If you're building with an eye to the future, maybe you pick up an extra day 3 pick and a future pick next year if you're willing to deal with a team like the Saints.
23 offensive players selected in the first round, and 20 defensive players selected in the second round.
Wow.
So Alabama, Georgia, Texas, and Washington. So the 4 teams that were in the playoffs. Well, Georgia wasn't, but I mean, Georgia was undefeated. But 3 of the 4 teams that were in the playoffs led with 5 selections each. Again, you're picking from the blue blood schools right now.
Yeah.
I want to ask you guys this question, kind of pose this to you, because we've talked about the Saints and maybe some other positions of need. Bob, I'm going to ask you this because he was your guy last year throughout the draft process. Is A.T. Perry the happiest guy in the New Orleans Saints building tonight?
Because they didn't select a receiver?
Correct.
I'd say no. I would say Jawan Johnson might be the happiest guy in the building, at least right now. But I see where you're going, and as soon as the split came, we all knew it was coming. But as soon as the split became official between Michael Thomas and the Saints, we all envisioned a bigger role for A.T. Perry, and especially with how well he played down the stretch of the year. And I'm excited to see what A.T. can do in Clint Kubiak's offense. So yeah, I mean, and we alluded to it a little bit before too, that even though a physical pass catcher, be it tight end or wide receiver, would be nice, it's not an absolute necessity because you can get by with the talent you have at running back, moving Jawan around, with a receiving trio of Olave, Shaheed, and Perry. Those 3 can make a lot of plays against any NFL defense.
I got to throw this in here because they're talking about the Texans pick right now. The Texans took the safety from USC.
Yeah.
I don't know who's doing the design for Houston with their uniforms and their helmet and stuff, but it's horrible. It's hideous. You just can't improve on what looks good. It's just they come up with these horrible designs, and I'm sorry. That's get off my lawn attitude here, but it really is. It's just I don't know why they come up with okay, there goes the offensive tackle from Pittsburgh. That was somebody I've seen a lot falling into the 4th round, and he's going in the middle of the 3rd. Goncalves is Goncalves. Is that how you say his name, Matt?
Goncalves. Goncalves.
Okay.
No, I'm not impressed. By his play. I agree. I saw the same thing that you did. I saw him rising up the draft boards to the point where he could be a late day 2 pick. I see a limited player. We talk about the Cowboys scheme. Jerry Jones wanting to rebuild the Great Wall of Dallas. That's what kind of player this Pitt kid is. He's just a straight ahead drive blocker. He has very limited agility. And I say this with disdain in my voice. The amount of offensive linemen that I had to look at film of in preparation for this draft, specifically for the New Orleans Saints. I watched a few games on this kid, and I came away with, I would take him if he were there in the 6th or 7th round, but that's it. Very, very
Yes,
limited
who's your
play.
mama making the call here? TJ, who's your mama?
Jermaine Burton, wide receiver, Alabama.
I like this kid Burton.
So do I.
He's not in the traditional, and that's why he's going here in the 3rd round. He's not in that traditional Henry Ruggs, the elite speed burning receivers that you saw going from Alabama for all these years. But this was a guy I kind of had circled as a possession receiver that the Saints could look at. And this is about where I thought he would go, middle of the 3rd round.
And you said TJ Houshmandzadeh made the pick?
Yes.
Man, that is a guy that here's my chance to sound old, guys. Maybe I'll fit in. These kids nowadays don't know how good that duo of TJ and Cinco was. Mm-hmm. They have no idea how fun they were to watch.
And they perfectly balanced each other off. It was one of those things where you couldn't separate them, because you try and make one of them the primary guy, it wouldn't have worked. They worked well as a tandem. And, that was a lot of fun to watch them. Bengals have an interesting draft, because the Bengals are kind of have guys that Saints fans all kind of looked at and liked. Mims, Chris Jenkins, a defensive tackle, and now Jermaine Burton. It's a blue-collar draft. Yeah. But to me, if you bring in Burton, what does that say about T. Higgins? I mean, granted, you don't have Tyler Boyd. Yeah. You don't have Tyler Boyd. You haven't re-signed him. But are you using Burton to replace Higgins, or are you replacing Boyd?
I think you're replacing Boyd with Burton. Because I don't think you let Tyler Boyd walk out of the building, then turn around and trade T. Higgins back to back, expecting to replace that production with a 3rd round pick, who frankly, and I like Burton's upside too, but he played, he was buried on the depth chart at Georgia, and he wasn't the same productive receiver we've seen from Alabama's system lately. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying Jermaine Burton isn't a good player. As a matter of fact, I have to, when we get off air tonight, Burton was in my day 3 targets list for offensive players. So obviously he's not going to be around in day 3. But I don't think you replace both T. Higgins and Tyler Boyd with one player in Jermaine Burton. I think Burton, with a 3rd round pick, you do expect a contribution, but I think it's a contribution that you're looking to replace by losing Tyler Boyd.
Yeah, and that leads into my next question for you guys. T. Higgins wants out. Yesterday, it came out that Trey Hendrickson isn't too happy in Cincinnati. So of course, Saints fans are grabbing onto that.
Yeah.
What does that say about what's going on in Cincinnati, other than the fact that Mike Brown's incredibly cheap?
Well, and that's what it says about him. And before I expound on that, the Seahawks at 81 are going to pick a guard. You and I were talking about, Christian Haynes from UConn.
Yes, for pay.
What was I saying? Oh, yeah, I think it speaks to exactly that.
And 3.4 million signing bonus.
Oh yeah, that's
the
million.
Yeah.
It's the old Bengals way, where Mike Brown just doesn't want to pay anybody. As the T. Higgins knows, he's not going to get a lucrative contract extension. Trey Hendrickson knows he's not going to get a lucrative contract extension. Both are still young players, really in the prime of their career, and they want to make money now.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and that's the thing. We kind of I alluded to it with Allen, is that when we were talking about Kansas City while you were gone, Bob, is Kansas City's running into that issue of We want to be competitive, but how the hell do we pay everybody? Right?
Mhm.
The Bengals are in that position as well, but opposed to doing the smart thing and opening up your checkbook and trying to continue to be a team that could potentially compete in the AFC, they're being cheap. And we saw that they weren't really successful last year given injuries and whatnot. Like, okay. But you would think for a team that, in all honesty, if Joe Burrow had half a second longer in that Super Bowl game, he hits Jamar Chase down the sideline and you win a Super Bowl, you would think you're like, whatever it takes to run it back, I'm paying for it. Let's do it. And that's not what's going on in Cincinnati. And guess what? That also sends bad messages, bad vibes, bad,
Sure.
whatever you want to call it, not just to people in Cincinnati right now, but potential free agents, guys that might be looking to go to Cincinnati. Dudes talk. Guess what? Everybody's got one of these, and just about every NFL player's got at least two of these, right?
Yeah.
They all talk to each other. They all know. And it's so easy for somebody to call T. Higgins and be like, yo, T, what's going on, man? Like, why do you want out of Cincinnati? Man, you're not going to believe what kind of contract they just gave me. Hey, Trey, what's going on? Oh, man, you just saw the numbers I put up. I'm one of the best pass rushers in the league, and they don't want to pay me. Of course, I don't want to be here. And then guess what? Then that leaks out. And then, Joe Smo, who's talking to T. Higgins, calls his buddy who plays for the Jets and is like, yo, you're not going to believe what's going on in Cincinnati. And that guy goes and calls somebody who plays for the Chargers. Yo, you're not going to believe what's going on in Cincinnati. That guy calls somebody in New Orleans, and so on and so on. And then you get this reputation around the league that you're a cheap team and you don't want to pay for people and you don't take care of your people after they, contribute for you, and you don't want to take care of them after they sign a prove it deal and they prove it, and then you don't want to give your half of the bargain up. So that pisses people off. Word gets out, and then Cincinnati's going to find themselves in a world of trouble when they can't get premier free agents to come to Cincinnati.
They had a hard reputation to get over. They were the Bungles for so long, for bad drafting, for cheap facilities, all those things. And it seemed like once they got Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase, they kind of turned that reputation around. They got to the Super Bowl, and now it looks like they're going right back to being the Bungles again. It's like success terrified them, and they want to go back to that, what they were before. They were comfortable with that.
Mhm.
And that's no way. Sean Payton talked about this a long time ago in his book, Home Team. He said some teams are interested in winning.
Yeah.
Other teams are just interested in making money. And it seems irrational as fans to think that not every team is geared towards winning. But when we were talking earlier, Bob, yesterday about why these teams are constantly picking in the top 5 every year and how Chicago is a place where quarterback careers go to die. That's an organization that's not interested in winning. They're interested in making money.
Mhm.
The Cardinals, who just picked a tight end from Illinois, they're another team that is more interested in making money than they are winning.
Yep.
Or that's the reputation they have. And it's hard to flip that reputation. When the Saints talk about a culture, the fans are all like, yeah, but you got Dennis Allen as a head coach. They're not winning. That's not, this is the culture, and that's not what they're talking about. They're talking about the culture where all the things that Brendan was saying, they
Mhm.
take care of players. They are loyal to players. Gail Benson cuts checks for these signing bonuses. They pay you. They don't throw you out a year early. They actually hold on to you a little bit too long.
Yeah.
That's part of the culture, though, that Sean Payton built. He wanted players to want to come to a very small market where you don't get all those advertising exposure that, say, somebody from New York or Los Angeles can get. And that's part of the culture they're talking about. Not so much, oh, we're always winning 13 games and we're in the playoffs every year. And that's, everyone can say that. That's not a culture. The culture is they take care of players, they respect players, and so forth.
And you see that because you don't see a lot of veterans, asking to be dealt with or released by the Saints. You're seeing loyalty from the Cam Jordans and the Demario Davises, et cetera. Um, you're still seeing guys like Chase Young, who probably had his pick of a lot of different teams, to go to on that 1 year prove it deal. Same with Willie Gay. They're choosing to come to New Orleans, even though Sean Payton is gone.
Yeah. This is an interesting pick. The Rams picked Blake Corum from Michigan. Now, they had a good running back this past year. They got in the 5th round.
Yeah.
Is this more of a smash and dash kind of combination that Atlanta's trying to put together? Kind of a inside-outside running game?
This is actually the Rams pick.
I'm sorry, Rams, not Atlanta, Rams.
I think it's just backfield depth. I mean, yeah. Yeah, running backs get beat up. Running backs wear down quick. We know that. And Corum just has such outstanding vision. I hate the Michigan Wolverines. Like it's an unnatural hatred. But I got to be honest, I loved watching Blake Corum play football. He's an old school style of running back. He just has great vision. Once he gets to the second level, he doesn't have blazing speed, but he has the burst to outrun defenders. And if he doesn't outrun you, he has that compact build where he'll just put his shoulder down and plow through you.
Mm-hmm.
So I think, and you talked about it last night, Alan. Matthew Stafford's getting up there in years.
Yeah.
And they still have a wonderful receiving core, and Sean McVay wants to throw the football. But to have a 1-2 punch in the backfield gives you a lot of flexibility and a lot of versatility with your offense in general now.
Yeah, and that's why I was wondering, because he is so elusive. He's not a Darren Sproles speed,
No.
but he is a guy who, I hate making this comparison because it's not accurate, but he reminds me almost of Danny Woodhead. Remember him with New England? Somebody who just moves the chains. He just has a way of making that play that you need. And Danny Woodhead's probably not a good comparison, but that's the name that keeps popping in my head when I look at him.
And the Steelers went back-to-back Michigan. The Steelers are going with Roman Wilson, the Wolverines wide receiver at 84 overall.
Unbelievable. There unwritten rules. You don't take quarterbacks and wide receivers from Michigan.
Yeah, we talked about it last night.
Yeah. Used to be you don't take linebackers from Ohio State. You took them from Penn State. And that's me being old school. Just remembering what kind of teams those schools used to make because of the weather, because of outdoor. You're playing in the snow, and so it's a grinded out, 3 yards in a cloud of dust.
I want to go back and say this about Danny Woodhead, because that is not a name I expected to hear tonight at all.
Some old ones.
Yeah, but Danny Woodhead was not just for the Patriots, the Jets, and the Ravens during his career. I can't believe I just named the 3 teams that Danny Woodhead just played at 10:30 at night on day 2 of the NFL draft. But he was a guy that, to your point, Alan, like he was just a lunch pail type of dude. Right? He didn't do anything flashy. He wasn't the most exciting player in the world, but by all means, when you needed a first down, you needed a big play, you needed a running back to come out of the backfield, make a big catch, and put his head down and get some extra yards. That's the type of dude you were getting. And I can definitely see those comparisons with the Michigan running back. So I wouldn't say it's a stretch comparison at all. Certainly not the comparison I expected, but that's the type of dude that you're getting. You're getting a guy that's going to fight hard for you, even though you might not have any one thing that he does that's super flashy.
And it's the kind of players that you want on your roster. That makes up a lot of the core of your roster. People get enamored. They want the super team. They want, ultra talented players everywhere, but you kind of need that lunch pail guy on your team to kind of push the super athletes, the elite talent, because They're going to see this guy busting his tail every week, knowing he's limited, physically limited, talent-wise. And I'm not saying that Blake is limited, talented, but they look at a guy who shouldn't be as good as he is, and I said, well, if he can do it, I got to step it up because I know I can do it. I got to show it every week. And that's what you want on your team, honestly. That's what Pierre Thomas was so long for the Saints.
Oh, yeah. He drove Antonio Pittman right out of the league.
Yeah. And
another name I didn't expect to hear tonight.
Yeah. Well, it's funny because the 2007 draft was not a good class for the Saints at all. You look at those players they brought in, and so many of them just fizzled out and didn't do very much at all. In fact, Robert Meacham doesn't even see the field the entire 2007 season. And he was a first-round pick and never really got out of the fourth wide receiver slot. He got beat out by Lance Moore, who was an undrafted free agent, Marcus Colston, who was a seventh-round pick, and then Devery Henderson, who was a second-round pick of the previous coaching staff. So your first-round pick never beat out those other three receivers, and yet fans don't look at him as a bust because, hey, in 2009, that Washington play, he scored 9 touchdowns. He looked really good. He was a good blocker. He fit in with that group. But you look at the rest of that class, and people forget Antonio Pittman was drafted in the 4th round out of Ohio State because Pierre Thomas beat him out. And Pierre Thomas ended up being such a good player for so long for the Saints.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up that point about Meacham, and I want to echo this as we, are here in the latter parts of day 2. And we kind of talked about it already, and I think we talk about it every single draft, Bob. But fit is so important. It's not who picks you, right? Or when you're it's not when you're picked, it's who picks you. And for a guy like Meacham, that's important because you take his stats as a first-round draft pick and you throw him on any other team in 07, that's a bust. New Orleans doesn't think about him as a bust because he fit his need. He fit the role they needed him to play. And I'm sure for New Orleans, that initial role they drafted him for was a lot different than the role he ended up playing. But he ended up playing a role that the team needed, and they don't view him as a bust. That's so important in these situations, too, because you could get a first-round pick who doesn't put up first-round pick numbers, but fills a need and helps your team be successful, and you're never going to think of that player as a bust.
Exactly.
Winning championships helps, right? Yeah. Winning the Super Bowl helps, but regardless, you go back and you go, you know what, maybe not as successful as we hoped for, but certainly not a bust. And I think there's examples across the league, every single team where you could point to a guy and go, the stats weren't quite there. He didn't live up to the expectation, but he's not a bust because look at these things he did for us and helped us win playoff games and be successful and this and that.
And he really was a key player in that 2009 Super Bowl run.
Zach Zinter just came. Sorry to interrupt. Zach Zinter just came off the board to the Cleveland Browns. 3 straight Michigan players.
That really shows you how much that Michigan team winning a championship affected this draft class. Because I promise you, if Michigan would have lost to Alabama, these players wouldn't have come off the way they did. Especially J.J. McCarthy. He's not a first-round pick if he doesn't have that national championship trophy in the background. There's Blake right there breaking to the outside. I'm just looking at some of these plays and things. Wow, that's a huge hole. No one touches him. No one touched him. He ran through the middle of the defense. Nobody touches him, and he's into the end zone. That's amazing. That's in the big house against Penn State. All right. Eagles traded to San Francisco. All right. But yeah, it's interesting that you brought that up, Brendan, because Meacham had that big 2009 season, was huge in the run for the Super Bowl, making those key catches in big blowout games too. The Giants game, the Washington game, so forth. That fans completely forget he was a first-round pick. They didn't even play his first year. That's how easy it is to flip the script sometimes because you get that level of success.
Well, and also think about how much the Saints valued him, bringing him back late in his career to help mentor some younger guys and be parts of those teams that really started to turn it around and put the Saints back on the map. I mean, that's how much he was valued by the organization, not just on the field, but off the field as well. And I think that's another thing. Man, if you're a half decent average football player, but you are beloved in a locker room and you impress the front office and you impress a coaching staff, you can stay in the league for a super long time. It doesn't matter where you get picked. There are so many things. I think, especially on draft days, we focus so much on the numbers. We focus so much on, championship pedigree. Were they a captain? Were they this? Were they that? So where, there's no science and there's no formula to the draft. And we say that every year because if there was, everybody would knock the draft out of the park, right? But a lot of it's the character. And I think a lot of times, especially here in the later rounds, right? When you start getting to late day 2 and day 3 as a whole, a lot of times we're looking at numbers. We're like, how can we get the biggest bang for our buck here in round 5, round 4, what have you? To where the Saints have done a good job over the years and other teams have as well. You draft character. You draft, like what you were saying earlier, Alan. Were you a leader on and off the field? Did you get good grades in class? Were you a team captain? Did you produce in big moments? Those are the things that really separate people. And like I said, prevent people from being labeled busts, even if when they're first round picks, because they were just highly valued by their team on and off the field for so long.
Absolutely. Wow, this is the 45th NFL draft on ESPN. I haven't watched all 45 of them. I didn't start watching the draft till 1988, and I think that was 7 years in, something like that. It's funny because you go back and look at the footage of how they used to cover the draft. And I know we're kind of changing gears a little bit, but you look at the footage of the way they used to cover the draft, where it was a small room and they just basically had a board up on the wall. And everybody sat around little tables. They had one guy there or two guys at the table with the helmet phones. And basically, Pete Rozelle would walk out and make the announcement. And there was hardly any sound, hardly any news or anything like that. And then they cut over to another room where Chris Berman, Dr. Z, and people like that were sitting in there, and they would start talking about the picks because they weren't even in the same room with the actual draft itself, and there were no players there. It's the evolution of that too, and how that's changed over the years. Because in '88, when I first saw it, it was at MSG, was it there, or was it Radio City? It was Radio City Music Hall, and you had the Jet fans up in the balcony, but on the main floor was still that same kind of setup where Pete Rozelle would walk up on a little podium stage, and you had all the guys, the scouts that were going to actually hand the card up sitting there, but the only fans were maybe 100 or so fans that were sitting in Radio City Music Hall. So it's, compared to now where 300,000 people are in the middle of the street somewhere watching this draft. It's just amazing, the changes.
I want to get to some questions here in the chat, guys. Well, let's go ahead and start from not a question, but a statement. DJ says, "Hey, B&B from D. Who dat? So far, so good on the draft." Hemisphere, back to some of the conversation I was having there, said we've also seen players get drafted that are not NFL ready.
Oh, yeah.
All the time, every draft. He continues and goes, "I do want to ask you guys, the panel, what is the Lattimore issue? Michael Thomas, or is it with DA? And or is it a scheme thing with Lattimore So I think it's kind of broken up. We can talk. Let's first talk about the Lattimore thing. I think that's the hotter topic because of the draft pick. What is the Lattimore issue? And this is an interesting thing. And you guys might have a little bit more knowledge than I do about some things. But notice how we've started seeing this from guys that were a part of those teams and crucial parts of the 17 and 18 teams that were Sean Payton coached. Starting to butt heads with Dennis Allen, because we've seen it with Mike Thomas, Lattimore, and even at times Alvin Kamara, who is not the most vocal guy in the world, have had signs of being extremely frustrated. Is that the issue? I think part of it is. I also wonder if with Lattimore's injury history, if there were times where DA was like, "You're healthy enough to play," and Lattimore was like, "Nope, not doing it. Not playing." That's pure speculation. That's no insight or anything from me. But I wonder. So same kind of goes with Mike Thomas. I think it was more of just his issues with DA. I don't think it has much to do with scheme for either of those guys. I think it was solely having issues with the head coach and just kind of philosophies and this, that, and the other. I'll kind of open it up to you guys. What do you guys feel about the issues between Lattimore and DA, Mike Thomas and DA, and kind of those guys in that 17 draft class?
It's not a scheme issue for Lattimore. I'm with you. I do wonder if a rift started to develop between Marshawn and if not DA specifically, then maybe the coaching staff in general, because some of the things that they said that 2 years ago, in different press conferences or when asked about Marshawn's injury, they downplayed it, and a lot of us were feeling like it felt like DA threw Marshawn under the bus. Like a lot of us felt like, at least publicly, the picture was painted that Marshawn Lattimore should be ready to play, but he's not. And I mean, if you recall, he missed 10 games. So that's bound to piss off any player. I feel like it's a fixable issue with Marshawn. And by the way, winning cures a lot of things. Some of these players that butted heads that didn't come on until 2016, 17, 18, the Saints won a lot of games until the last 2 years. Maybe they don't have confidence in DA's, coach. Maybe they don't believe Dennis Allen can be a winning coach. And I mean, based off of the resume, it's hard to argue with that one. I don't think it's the same kind of issue. Definitely not the same kind of seriousness that Michael Thomas was. Michael Thomas is a prima donna. And I mean, you knew that even in 2016, coming out of Ohio State. And I don't, for whatever reason, Mike started to feel not respected enough. And this goes back to Sean Payton's last year. Yeah. That you knew that Michael Thomas was going to start to make waves. It was just a matter of time and how big a waves he'd make. And then, we know how that ended. I don't think it's on that same level of seriousness with Marshawn Lattimore and whatever rift is there. So I feel like it's fixable with Marshawn.
To me, the thing with Lattimore, and this is just what I've heard, you touched on a lot of it, Bob. He's come into a team that won 4 straight division titles, that won 56 or 57 games. And there's a bit of, we're settling. We're not holding people accountable that are not producing like they should, which is sort of ironic because Lattimore has had the reputation of kind of half-stepping it or going through the motions in some games where he doesn't feel like that the quality receiver he's covering isn't a Mike Evans, isn't an elite guy. So he kind of just goes through the motions on a lot of the coverage. And I think he got called out on that a little bit. And when they were winning, he responded. And one of the more frustrating things about Lattimore is he is a Hall of Fame talent, but he doesn't play at a Hall of Fame level week to week. And I think with a guy like Sean Payton, who's got the skins in the wall, has the ring that Lattimore wants, he can respond to that kind of coaching. But when even though Dennis Allen does have a ring, he was the secondary coach on that team.
Yep.
And the coaches that he has brought in don't have that same credibility. So I think that affects Lattimore, and that's why he's not. And some of the injury stuff too, but he kind of milked injuries because he just didn't want to be a part of the lack of holding people accountable in the locker room. But it is fixable. Michael Thomas, if he doesn't respect you, he's not going to play for you.
No.
And I think that for guys like Drew Brees, he respected the hell out of him because Drew knew what to do and commanded the respect in that huddle. And we were talking about where do we think Michael Thomas may end up. Michael Thomas is going to go to some place where that quarterback has that kind of respect. And that's why I think the Ravens are a target. I think the Chiefs are a target. Somewhere where he's going ring shopping. He's not going to go to a team like the Texans, for example, because that can go south in a hurry over there because it's a lot of young players.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, if I'm the coach in Houston or in Green Bay with Jordan Love, I don't want Michael Thomas anywhere around my young quarterback for those reasons.
Yeah, exactly. You need to have a very strong locker room to deal with Michael Thomas because, like you said, he's a prima donna. And at this point in his career, if things go south, he doesn't have any problem letting everyone know that. These picks are coming fast and furious right now. They're already at 91 with the Packers. Tampa just picked a minute ago, and then the Packers picked, and then the Packers on the clock again.
Ike Smith out of Georgia is the pick for Tampa Bay. Bob, you know I like my Georgia boys.
Yeah.
Why is this a good pick for Tampa?
He's the kind of safety that a big physical guy with some coverage capability. Smith is able to play down in the box. He's not the same kind of safety that his running mate is, Bullard. Bullard is more of a traditional, deeper safety, with range. Smith doesn't give you that kind of range, but he is able to cover the slot. He sees the field well enough to play in a too-high safety alignment so you can move him around. Tackles with the mentality of a linebacker. I like Tyke Smith a lot. You know who he reminds me of a little bit? A smaller Malcolm Jenkins.
Yeah, that's somebody I thought of too. That's somebody I thought of as well. How many picks are in the fourth and third round?
We have
We'll be sitting at 100.
100 on the
so
dot.
we're almost at the end. Okay. Interesting. Okay, yeah, because they're at a commercial break right now, so they haven't announced the Packers pick yet. But the Tampa picks again, then Baltimore, and that will be it. So the Saints will probably not get into the third round today.
I doubt it.
It's actually a good thing because that means they're not burning future assets because that's the only way they're going to get back in.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Tomorrow noon.
Yeah.
Yeah. I won't be able to join you guys tomorrow because I'll be running the streets. I don't do Jazz Fest. I only do Jazz Fest if everything's inside. I'm not going to do outside. It's too hot.
Oh no, we'll go fast and furious till the end. A lot of times, what we do on day three, we'll start the stream, talk a little bit, and then and then duck out with the stream still on. So that way, if the Saints make a move or the Saints make a pick, and they do have a handful of picks tomorrow, we'll jump in and out through the rest of the day. I'm
Yeah.
too old to be doing a 3 day marathon. Just we'll call it 2.5 days.
I'll be
Well,
honest.
like,
This one's felt. I feel. I mean, maybe I'm just gonna jinx myself for tomorrow. I feel pretty fresh right now. Like this hasn't been. This hasn't been as bad as some other years.
I was talking about draft coverage and ESPN. Now, tomorrow's the day that it happens, but I've been very happy that we're not seeing time filled up with these player profiles about this poor guy whose dad was killed or dad was in jail or,
Yeah.
mom was killed. Whole
They got
family wiped out,
They got a lot of heat for that over the last 2 years.
Well, it became cliched. It was like, is there anybody that has a two-parent family? Is there anybody who didn't suffer, someone going to jail? Because it sure seemed like every single person getting drafted was that way.
Yeah.
Here's my 2 cents on that. It is the most important and biggest moment in these people's young lives. Can we focus on great achievements and not focus on like this depressing story? Like, yes,
Yeah.
it's good to overcome adversity and like reach your goals and whatnot, but it's the happiest moment of their life. Why are we
Right.
talking about the saddest moment of their life? Let's celebrate.
The first player I can really think of, there's obviously a lot more, but the first player I can really think of that I remember his draft story because I was in Lafayette when this happened, was Warwick Dunn, his mom getting killed, working in detail, getting shot, and she was a cop. And she was doing a detail to make extra money to take care of her kids and make sure her son, Warwick, could get to Florida State. And as a result, Dunn has dedicated his life to buying houses for people, to families in need, and so forth. So those were negative stories, but with a positive spin on it, which I liked.
It's the overkill. Like I don't need to hear that John Smith from Texas had to overcome adversity because his neighbor's third cousin died.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so I'm glad they've steered away from that because that was 2015, 2016, I think that happened almost 10 years ago now. And it was the one with the twins who the Seahawks took that were both missing a hand.
Yeah.
That was
twins.
That was the year that it really got bad. I was like, man, the damn Bucks took one of my receivers.
Did they? I know Packers went linebacker Tyron Hopper out of Missouri.
Yeah,
kid I liked.
Jalen McMillan from Washington went to the Bucks.
I wanted one of those Washington receivers so bad.
Yeah, me too. I mean, there's still a couple of good receivers that are out there.
Yeah.
It's interesting because so many defensive players have gone off the board in these 2 rounds. And if the Saints want to get into the 4th round and trade something, they're gonna get some good players. The linebacker from North Carolina, neither one of them have gone off the board yet.
Nope.
And I expect them to be in round 4.
Yeah, I do too. And you know what? If they fall, if they're not among the last handful of picks here, I would not be angry at all if Mickey Loomis made a call and say, hey, you guys want the rest of our 5th and 6th round picks? We'll throw in a 4th rounder next year. And you grab a Cedric Gray or you grab a Jeremiah Trotter.
Yeah. Yeah, or Peyton Wilson.
Yeah, I forgot about him. How could I forget about him?
I know, and the thing about him is if he can get over the injuries, that's a guy that you probably are grooming behind Demario Davis because he's got a lot of Demario Davis type of skills.
Yep.
I'm just gonna throw it out there. North Carolina school. I'm just saying.
Oh, then my son's favorite player is still out there too. The Boston College Christian Mahogany.
To me, he does. I see the value there, and he's a road grader. I don't know the film that I saw. I doubt he. To me, he doesn't look like he has the agility for the Clint Kubiak system we think he's going to run.
Mm-hmm.
But then again, does Andrus Pete? If you bring Andrus Pete back,
You know, this is one thing I did want to talk about, and I've been thinking about it all night and just never brought it up. You know, one of the reasons why the Saints did not re-sign Pete and left the tackle position the way they did is they're trying to get more comp picks. So they're going to wait until whatever the deadline is, you know, that you have to sign somebody, get your comp picks, and you can come in and start bringing in more free agents. I don't remember the date anymore, but that's when I think they'll bring in safeties and maybe some veteran offensive linemen and things like that again. You know,
I want to
'cause
ask
the
you
Saints-
guys about since we talked about receiver a little bit. There's one guy in this draft that when he gets picked, there will be a lot of attention. Being coming from a football family,
I know where you're going.
he also has a killer first name. Brendan Rice. What do we think about the son of Jerry Rice?
I thought you were going. I thought you were going the direction of Luke McCaffrey.
Oh well, you know, I guess the killer first name thing kind of gave it away. But yeah,
That's
Brendan
why-
Rice
I
at
think that's where
USC.
he was going with as soon as he said
Where-
the killer first name.
What do we think of Brendan Rice as a potential prospect? You know, I do think there's a lot of value when you have a parent that played in the league. I think that
Mhm.
really sets you up for discipline and how to approach your day to day. A guy who will likely end up being a day 3 pick sometime in the 4th round. But what are some things you like about him? And could you see that be a fit for New Orleans?
I mean, yeah, New Orleans has had a lot of great luck with late round and undrafted wide receivers. I wouldn't be surprised if Brendan Rice didn't get drafted and then got scooped up by the San Francisco 49ers, as an undrafted rookie. That's kind of where I see it going. But once you get to the 7th round, it's literally a total crapshoot.
You know, the thing about Brendan Rice, and I don't mean to be ugly because this is not an ugly statement, but he gives me Nick Toon vibes. Nick Toon was the son of, you know, Al Toon, the legendary Jets receiver. When you're the son of a player, especially playing the same position as your dad played in, and your dad was the greatest of all time. It pains me to say it. But but he was the greatest of all time as far as receivers. Probably one of the greatest players to ever play professional football. And that's a hell of a burden for a young kid to live with. I mean, your dad was Jerry Rice.
Mm-hmm.
And Jerry Rice wasn't really a talented player. He just got to a system, and his work ethic was so great that no one was going to beat him.
Yep.
You know, he outplayed his talent. So, you know, it to me, it's just so hard for a guy like that to make a name for himself, because you've got this shadow. And, you know, the worst thing you could do is assign number 80 to this kid. You know,
Yeah.
you know, the advantage of a Cam Jordan, he's not a tight end, you know, so he's not playing in his dad's shadow. He's just the son of a player. Mark Ingram was not a wide receiver; he was a running back, you know. So I just feel like he's a Nick Toon kind of kid. If you can get him as an undrafted free agent or get him in the 7th round, great. But I just, he's got good size, 6'3", 210. You played at USC though, So you got a lot of talent around you. I don't know if you're definitely not going to be an X receiver. You're going to be probably a complimentary guy. And he would be competing with A.T. Perry, basically, and Cedric Wilson for that spot.
Calvin asked if Peyton Wilson been picked. Peyton Wilson
No.
is yet to be picked.
Nope, not yet.
No, I mean, off-ball linebackers we still got out there are Peyton Wilson, Jalen Ford from Texas, Tommy Eichenberg from Ohio State, Cedric Gray from North Carolina, and Jeremiah Trotter, whose father, Jeremiah Trotter, was a Pro Bowl linebacker, but Jeremiah Trotter Jr. from Clemson.
And the weird thing about Jeremiah Trotter, and I can see the Eagles taking him right now, but the weird thing about Jeremiah
Eagles are taking Jalix Hunt, the Houston Christian edge rusher.
Wow. That's actually a really good player.
Yeah.
At this point of the draft, that's a good player to take. I'm not saying he would have worked for the Saints because he's still a little light, but he's another tweener, stand-up edge rusher. And the Eagles have shown they know what to do with stand-up edge rushers.
Yeah.
But, it's weird. We're just talking about Brendan Rice and competing with your dad's shadow. Well, Jeremiah Trotter, depending on which draft book or draft profile you're looking at, he was rated as one of the top linebackers available in this draft.
Mm-hmm.
And here we are. We're going to be in round 4, and he's still on the board.
Well, I mean, that just, and one of you guys kind of alluded to this, not kind of, you very much alluded to this earlier about how little value is placed off the ball linebackers. Peyton Wilson, who does have an injury history that's going to red flag him. But if Jeremiah Trotter wasn't the top line, it was either Jeremiah Trotter, Edgerrin Cooper, or Peyton Wilson. One of those three were the top-rated linebackers, depending on who you were listening to or reading.
Yeah, most of the outside linebackers in Lindy's, they're really defensive ends.
Yeah.
They just list them as standard defensive ends. So Jeremiah Trotter here is rated number 5, 3rd, 4th round. So he's about, if he goes top of the 4th, that's about where they predicted he would go in this book. But Peyton Wilson they have as a 2nd round guy. Cedric Gray they have him. Cedric Gray, sorry, they have him raised a 1st or 2nd round linebacker. Edgerrin Cooper, who did go in the 2nd round, 2nd, 3rd round guy. Tommy Eichenberg, 3rd, 4th round kind of guy. So and we saw Trevor Wallace go a little bit earlier, and he raised him 2nd round. So it's the linebacker is so weird now, and I just credit it to spread offenses and not getting the elite athletes anymore at the linebacker position.
Yeah, because it's not a glory position. Edge rusher glory position, defensive back glory position. So if guys are tweeners and they can add a little bit of weight and rush the passer, that's what they want to do. If they're athletes with good range and ball skills, they want to drop back into the secondary.
Yeah, and it's because teams aren't running. We talk about the evaluation of running backs. Teams don't need big thumping linebackers anymore because the offenses are not putting running backs behind the line of scrimmage that are 235, 240. Mike Allstat put the big shoulder pads on, and we're going to send a bowling ball in after you. They're not playing that way. It's getting running backs into space. How well can you catch the ball? And that's why you don't see very many running backs coming off the board.
Yep.
So your linebackers have to be able to drop off into coverage and cover these hybrid tight ends that are former basketball players that can attack the seams.
Yep.
That makes it hard, and especially guys like me who are used to seeing the Blitzburg kind of linebackers and the Dome Patrol and those linebackers. You just don't see a Vaughn Johnson coming around anymore.
The Bills just grabbed a guy I like, the Duke defensive tackle, Dwayne Carter. I was hoping he'd be there. He'd slipped to day 3.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm watching some of these picks coming off the board right now, and it's a lot of guys that I was hoping would last long enough for the Saints to go after, but they're grabbing them now.
Calvin suggests trading a 3rd-round pick next year and one of your 5ths to get in the 4th. If the NC State linebacker Peyton Wilson gets through the 3rd round.
And I'm okay with that.
I am too. You don't need him to start right away. He can get in the weight room and start working out, getting over his health issues. He did. Was he healthy all last year?
He was, but he missed all the year before or 2021. I don't remember which.
Yeah. Let him build up some strength. I mean, this is the knock on Penix too. Penix missed so many games, was injured a lot. Last year, Brian Brzee, people were really nervous about him because he missed so much time and with injuries. And then his sister developed cancer. So, it's these issues that some of these players go through. Sometimes it's good to sit them down, let them have a year to kind of decompress and get into the NFL mode, and then let their talent shine through.
Mm-hmm.
I really like Peyton Wilson. I mean, I just do. He's enough old school for me to really enjoy the kind of linebacker he could be.
Mark just threw in the chat this for Bob. When is Luke McCaffrey projected to go? Talking a lot about former or sons of former players, huh?
I had Luke in my mock draft that I never did end up publishing, and I'm glad I didn't. I had Luke coming off the board to the Saints in the with one of their 5th round picks. And that's about the range. I know he comes from the football family. The McCaffrey, Kubiak, Rick Dennison ties go back clear into the early 90s. So the fit makes sense. But Luke needs some developing. He's a smart player. He's got good athleticism, nice hands. But you want to see him develop his route tree more. It's something that I saw out of him last year. I saw a lot of improvement last year over the year before. But he has a ways to go. So if he even drops lower than the 5th round, I would not be at all surprised.
Jerry and Jones, somebody I had targeted late in the draft, just went off the board to Jacksonville.
Who did?
Back from, granted, we don't really need him anymore because you took Kool-Aid, but he was somebody I liked a lot in the draft because he was, I consider him a late round pick. I had to plug my my iPad and I was down to 18%. I was waiting for it to get red. Okay, so we're at pick 97. The Bengals are on the clock. Then Pittsburgh, the Rams, and then Washington finishes it off.
I did not realize also, guys, how many sons of former players are in this draft. Like, just looking through.
Frank Gore Jr. comes to mind, too.
That was the one I totally forgot he was draft eligible. And I was like, oh, my goodness, I'm old. Frank Gore Jr.
Well, Frank Gore's old, too. He played for a long time.
That is true.
Playing.
That is true.
Yeah.
Have him come out of retirement and play with his son.
That would be wild. That has never happened in the history of the NFL. Some of these guys, though, there's another guy I like, McKinley Jackson, Texas A&M nose tackle. Good player. He's a 2-down guy, though, and he's a little short, but he's your running down player. He's not a pass rusher. But he's a space eater, and I liked him from the standpoint of, okay, you can get him in, say, in the 5th round. And he would be somebody that would be a wave player. Somebody would just come in for first and second down stuff.
What do you think? Speaking of players like this, and this is why we all like Tavondre Sweat, Christian Boyd from Northern Iowa. Sorry, PTSD Saints fans. Yeah, he's another big-bodied guy. While he's shown some pass rush ability even at the Senior Bowl, but you got to believe that he needs a lot of development in that area. You don't need development to be big, strong, and plug the run. Would this be a guy that you would take as an early down defender if he's still there for you in the 5th round?
In the 5th round, sure, why not? A lot of day 3s, you're just throwing spaghetti at a wall and seeing what sticks anyway.
Sure.
That's not the S word I would have chosen, but yeah, that's that's a good one. But yeah, exactly. I feel that way too. I mean, it's, here's some positions I've got targeted late in day 3 and why I really don't want them to trade all their picks away. Speaking of Iowa, 2 Iowa players I still have my eye on. Bob and I have talked about him often, but the tight end from Iowa late in the draft, I think he is somebody that the Saints could look at. He's not a guy that's ready to go, but he's a guy, if you can get him into some NFL conditioning, let him put some weight on, some muscle on, he could be a good tight end a year from now. The other guy, and this is weird because this is opposite of how I feel in the fantasy world, but taking the Iowa punter in the late 5th, maybe 6th round. He's an older punter. He'll be 27 years old. But that doesn't matter for a punter because it's all about leg strength.
Yeah.
He's got Thomas Morstead vibes to me. He flips the field, high hang time on his punts. The opposite of what we just went through with the rugby style kicker, and he's an Australian punter. Tony Toby, I think his name is, or something. Toby something or other. I just know he's from Iowa. But when I was reading some of the profiles on him, good directional kicker.
Peyton Wilson's going to the Steelers at 98.
Who's that?
Peyton Wilson's going to the Steelers at 98.
Bastards. That's linebacker that's the Steelers. They always will be going for linebackers. Yeah. Oh, well. There's Cedric Gray still out there.
Yeah.
And he's a good player, too. And so is Jeremiah Trotter. And if we, the Saints do like players with whose parents and grandparents played in the NFL.
Yeah, they do.
So, yeah, that'll be interesting. Oh, well. Okay. I went with 3 picks left. But how do y'all feel about taking a punter in the draft?
I'm not against it because you did struggle in that area. I don't know. You definitely don't trade up for one.
No.
But if you're sitting there with one of your 6th or 7th round picks and they're still there, why not? Because you're not, and I've said this I don't know how many times, once you get to midway, once you hit that midway 4th round point, you're no longer drafting for need. You are drafting for literally your best player on the board, best fit for your system, or, oh my God, I had a 2nd or 3rd round grade on this guy and I can't believe he's still there type of guy, or an injury development, a Jordan Travis situation.
Yeah, it's your scouts. This is where your scouts thrive. Wow. Yeah, they're going through Peyton Wilson's injury history right now.
Oh, it's ugly.
Yeah, 2 ACL tears back-to-back years, 2017, 2018. But 6'3", 233, I mean, And this is a perfect team for him to go to, honestly.
Yep.
Because he's an instinctive player, tall player, a lot of speed. Even though he tore both ACLs, he still has that explosion. Just relentless football player. But yeah, that's where I think the scouting really shines for the Saints because they've had a lot of success with late round picks.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I just feel like you've got a challenger, not much of one, but you do have a challenger for the place kicker. I think you should look at a punter, just to see if you can get somebody can do all the things your Aussie rugby style punter did for you, because his big thing was no returns and was pinning people along the sidelines. But now I want somebody who can flip the field. You're inside, you're 30 or whatever, and you want to knock the ball into flip the field to the other side of the field. And that's where I'm looking at a guy like him.
Yeah, so I mean, I agree with you. I don't have a problem bringing in competition for a punter. We've talked about linebackers. We've talked about a few guards that are still there. You mentioned Eric All, the tight end from Iowa, Theo Johnson, Cade Stover, Jatavion Sanders, Jaheim Bell, Jared Wiley, a guy that hasn't been talked enough about. The TCU tight end. Those guys are still on the board. Defensively, Jaden Hicks from Washington State, Christian Boyd, the defensive tackle. We mentioned him before. Leonard Taylor, the defensive tackle from Miami.
Let's go back to offensive line. Like, we haven't talked about it enough, but inside offensive linemen, we talked about Christian Mahogany, but some of the other offensive linemen are still available that'll probably be taken early in the 4th round.
I like Javion Cohen from Miami. Before last year, he showed a lot of athleticism for the position, but he put on weight. Someone gave him bad advice, or he has an eating problem. I don't know which one it is. And he didn't look as agile last year. But the feet are still there, and speed just doesn't disappear overnight. That's a guy that I like. That because of a bad season, he coming into last season, people were talking about him as a day 2 pick. Obviously he's going to be there unless Washington takes him with the final selection. He's a guy that I'm going to be watching. And the Saints have had some pretty good. It was early in the Sean Payton tenure, but Saints have had very good luck with day 3 offensive linemen.
Yeah. Well,
I'll throw a name out there for you too. You guys know I like my small school kids. So how about Mason McCormick out of South Dakota State? He's a little bit of a nasty guy. There's Luke McCaffrey going pick 100 to Washington. But
that's a bit of a reach for me.
Yep.
I think the last name is why they pulled that name.
No doubt.
My son just wrote, Washington Commanders can go to hell. That was his favorite receiver in this draft, Luke McCaffrey. Yeah, that's a little high for him.
Agreed.
Because I think he needs a lot. I think he needs some work, like you were talking about, Bob. I had him more as a late 4th, early 5th round guy. But that's the name going. One of the guys I was looking at too, the Missouri tackle, we've mentioned him a few times, Javon Foster. Somebody who can play tackle guard. That's somebody the Saints can keep an eye on too. We addressed the biggest need with getting a tackle in the 1st round, but some of these picks now, you're talking about building your depth, your core. All the players we were talking about why this team has had cap problems and why this team has had, a lot of age to it is because we weren't getting the depth that we needed. Well,
Well,
that's the
guys,
end
I
of the-
want to kind of close out this evening like this. Have a little bit of fun. If you had to go out on a limb and give me the craziest realistic scenario for the third day, what would that look like? I'll start. I don't know how realistic, but what the hell? I'm gonna go with a receiver or quarterback is in the fourth round. The Saints trade the rest of day 3 for. That's my realistic kind of, but out there prediction.
And you kind of stole I was leaning towards trading a couple picks for a quarterback. I do believe they'll draft a quarterback tomorrow. I don't think it'll be in the fourth personally, but I do believe they'll draft one.
Kudos to whoever had a Freddie Dryer Rams jersey on.
Oh, right. I'm hearing
gotta
the Hunter theme in my head now.
I'm telling you, somebody knows Rams football, and I make fun of Rams fans all the time as being, casual fans. But somebody has a Freddie Dryer jersey, and that was really cool. If I'm gonna throw in a crazy, wild, but possibly realistic, that the Saints take Michael Pratt from Tulane, the quarterback.
Can see it.
Yeah, they draft him, and unfortunately, they leave a defensive tackle or a wide receiver on the board right there that the fans really wanted, and brought in Pratt.
Naturally,
that would be very Saintsy.
No, and I could see it happening. Here's what will be very Saintsy. Since we all three agree that the Saints will draft a quarterback tomorrow, I'll stray from mine. My out there but realistic in my out there scenario, but one that you can envision happening. The Saints will draft 2 Ohio State players tomorrow. They will draft tight end Cade Stover, which I'd love that pick, and they will pass up Cedric Gray and Jeremiah Trotter to draft Tommy Eichenberg.
Oh no!
Ouch.
Don't do that to me. Don't do that to me.
I'd hate it too. You would see unreasonable day 3 anger from me if that happened.
Yeah.
All right, the Saints get their lefty quarterback. That's not Michael Penix. They get Tua's brother in the 7th round. There's another wild one out there for you.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
Golly, I'm thinking of some other stuff. The Saints draft a running back from Alabama, Jace McCallahan, like in the 7th round. I don't think he'll last that long, but he goes in the 7th round, and fans are just like, who's he replacing? What are you doing with him? But yeah, that's something I can see too. And then fans getting all excited, thinking it's going to be like Mark Ingram. We got our power back that's going to go along with for the future with I just forgot his name, but the guy they drafted last year from TCU, Kendre Miller. Thank you.
I'll stay along those lines. I'll stay at the position, and the Saints draft Frank Gore Jr., and everybody thinks that they're getting Frank Gore Sr.
Yeah. They are getting Frank Gore Sr. at the age he's at right now.
Right.
God,
In all honesty, have outside of the Griffeys, Junior and Senior, have there ever been a father-son duo in any other major sport to play together?
I can't think of anything significant.
I can't either.
I keep coming up with brothers like in baseball. Baseball is where you most common. That's why you had the Griffies, because their careers can last long enough that they will cross over. No,
I can't.
Not in basketball, not in football, because there would definitely be news about that. But
Calvin through LeBron's trying to do that this year for basketball. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's trying.
yeah, he is.
Can't
He
can't
is.
draft a kid who averaged 5 points a game in college though.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of the Negro brothers. I'm going back in time. The DiMaggio brothers in baseball, not father son, other than the Griffies. Wow,
Mhm.
it'll come to me in the middle of the night. I'll think of
Yeah,
someone.
and then you'll text one of us tomorrow. It'll be perfect.
Right.
It'll be perfect.
Boxing seems to come to mind. Maybe they had a father-son boxing combo one time. That's about the only other sport I can think of.
Wrestling? Or would we count WWE? Like, I don't know if I could think of one there either. But maybe, like, I don't know.
I just because of what Alan said. I just had this. I just smiled for no reason because I just envisioned Floyd Mayweather Sr. beating the piss out of Floyd Mayweather Jr.
That
To
would
go
be
back
some-
on
that's
the
some therapy
Necros
there.
too. God rest both their souls, but Phil Necro, one of the nicest dudes I'd ever met in my life.
I've heard that.
Phil Necro was awesome.
Which one played for the White Sox and which one played for the Braves?
Phil played for the Braves. They played on the same team briefly, if I remember
Yeah.
properly. But I remember Phil with the Braves.
I believe they were both in Cleveland together.
Okay.
Might have been it.
And was it Phil that had the knuckleball?
Correct.
Yes.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, I'm just trying to remember, really tapping my memory about that, because I remember watching a video about how he threw the knuckleball because they were convinced he was scratching it up
Mm-hmm.
to get it to do what it was doing. Because we were, so I follow a thing on Twitter, a guy on Twitter, 70s super 70s sports, and he was talking about some odd pitchers, the way they threw the ball. And he said one of the things he misses about how baseball used to be is you'd have these unique pitchers that would throw the ball a certain way. And today's game, they would go and they'd have coaches go in and correct your pitching style.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking like Dan Quisenberry, where he'd throw that underneath ball that would rise from the pitcher's mound instead of it coming down. And Necro with the knuckleball, they would want to change their style to make it a standard pitch. So, yeah.
The knuckleballs was like dying. Like the last one I can think, and I'm not a huge baseball guy.
I'm not anymore either.
R.A. Dickey would be like the last knuckleballer I can think of, and he retired a handful of years ago. But you're absolutely right. People can't be unique anymore. People can't. It can't look weird. It has to be standard. It's got to look like everybody else's.
Mhm.
Same with basketball. Like jump shots. Like everybody's jump shots got to look the same now. It's not. So where you used to have dudes who, as long as it went in, it don't matter, right? But you used to have guys that had the ugliest jump shots in the world.
Dr. J and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar skyhooks. Those are gone. No one shoots like that anymore. So it's just.
This is now becoming the old man rant show. Brought
It
to you.
really is. And you're fitting right in, Brendan. I'm impressed.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, I hang out with you long enough, I guess.
I guess so. I hope my crinkling of paper didn't annoy too many people, but 78 draft profiles published, and I was, as they were coming off the board, I was like, well, I'm not going to need this anymore. Not going to need that anymore.
Isn't
you
that
got to
isn't that
save
the
those
best part
things,
of all this?
Bob. You got to save those things so you can go back 4 years from now and see how right or wrong you were.
You know what? I did that for a couple of years, and Yeah, the day 3 picks tomorrow, the ones that I still have a bunch of profiles for, I will save those because I learned the hard way. One of my first couple of years of doing this, I did the same thing, crinkled up, when they got picked by somebody else, the later picks, and the Saints ended up getting them, after the drafting team cut them in preseason. So I'll save my day 3 profiles if needed.
All right, I guess that's fair. I was gonna say though, I mean, you got to save them too for when the Saints pick them up like 7 years from now.
Right.
The draft profile. Um,
At the end of their career, when they come to the Saints. Well, guys, this has been a lot of fun. I appreciate this. I'm looking forward to day 3. Believe it or not. One thing that is coming through though, because they didn't go ahead and trade to get back into the second round or trade to get in the third round, the Saints are kind of letting this draft come to them.
Yeah.
Even the trade up they did was a very small trade up. You traded up 4 spots from 45 to 41, and didn't give up a whole heck of a lot. So it's been a conservative offseason, conservative in free agency, conservative now in the draft. It'll be interesting to see if he really does let almost 108 picks go by before he picks again. I just can't see it happening.
That's hard. It's hard to do.
That's a big difference between letting the draft come to you and just laying down and taking a big old nap.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. They've got to get into the 4th round somehow, and there's still a lot of talent out there. There's still a lot of guys that can fill needs. So it'll be interesting to see how this unfolds. So, thank you again, Brendan. Thank you again, Bob. I see Bob's yawning away, and it's only
I'm
day
beat.
2. Yeah, I got to go too. So thank you guys, and I'll see y'all next week.
Thank you, Alan. It's been great, and we appreciate your input. We make a good trio, the 3 of us, for this draft.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Thanks for hanging out with us.
No problem. All right. Good night, guys.
Good night, Alan.
See ya. Alan Ulrich of Under the Dome. You guys can catch him and Bob every Tuesday night. Bob, for the people that have hung out this long, where can people find you and your work covering draft profiles and ripping them up later?
And for those of you that have been reading our pre-draft work, not only my own, but Kyle Mosley's, John Hendricks, Ross Jackson at the Saints News Network, thank you. And obviously, since I'm doing our draft-a-thon, John, Ross, Kyle, they've been on top of the interviews and the updated picks and what Dennis Allen has to say about them. So check that over at the Saints News Network, at Saints News on Twitter, and make sure you keep following us, because what comes after pre-draft is draft. After draft is post-draft. So we're going to have post-draft analysis. I'll probably recycle a lot of the profile work that I have done, for the pending undrafted free agent signings as well. So make sure you keep up with us, as we do that. You can follow me personally, Bob Rose on Facebook, at Bobby R2613 on Twitter, and make sure that you continue or start to follow our Bayou Blitz Facebook page and Bayou Blitz Twitter page at Bayou Blitz Pod too.
For myself, you can follow me just about everywhere at BT Boylan. We still have a Funko Pop to give away. Sorry, guys, with the Saints moving picks, you just kind of forgot to give it away. So you guys got to be here for day 3 to potentially get that. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with us. 5 years of draft-a-thon. We got one more day till we close it out, as Bob kind of alluded to earlier, especially with the Saints currently not having a pick in the 4th. Probably open up around noon with you guys, hang out for a little bit, and then, keep the stream open. We'll kind of jump in and out depending on what's going on. Just because, hearing our voices for the last, I don't know, 9 hours almost has been a lot. To do it for another probably 7 hours tomorrow, that would be like living hell. And we don't want to do that to you guys. We will save living hell for during the season when the Saints let us down. It's just the natural cycle of, it's the circle of life. But guys, again, we appreciate you so much. Make sure you check us out at Bayou Blitz Pod on Twitter, the Bayou Blitz Facebook group. And if you guys are catching us live on YouTube, remember you can catch us live on Twitter as well. We look forward to seeing all of you tomorrow. Until then, all I got to say is get some sleep. We'll see you guys tomorrow around noon. Thanks for hanging out.